this regular City Council meeting to order. Today is Thursday, May 8th, 2025, and it is 5:30 p.m. At this time, we'll have Councilman Rona do the invocation and Councilwoman Trujillo do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, Heavenly Father, we ask that you come before us and grant us strength, wisdom, courage, patience, and understanding to do what is right for the citizens of Pecos. We may not always agree on things as to how we do things, but if we have you on our side, O Lord my God, we understand and know that things will be working out the way you planned it. We ask for guidance, strength, understanding. This we ask in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll ask you if you have your cell phone, please make sure it's on silent. And at this time, we will have public comments. Just remind everyone that this is the time to share with council any comments, concerns, or complaints that you have. It is asked that you limit your time to 3 minutes as we have several scheduled items on our agenda. And if you do have a comment, please state your name at the podium. Are there any public comments?
I'd like to we've had some issues with the chamber, and I fully support the chamber. However, since I got on the city council, they've been lost. You know, we hope they can find their way back. There needs to be some changes in upper management of the chamber, specifically the president, and hopefully we'll make some headway that way. I just want to say I fully support it.
Any other public comments?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jeremy Lamontes. I work for the Pecos Housing Financial Corporation. I am the finance coordinator. And in light of the recent negative comments that were made in the Pecos Enterprise, I think it's important for us to try to put a more positive spin on this program. We are repairing people's homes as far as those are the people that are getting the benefits. We have some people right here. I can see Mr. and Mrs. Dominguez. They're one of our clients that we have fixed their home, and they have received some of the benefits. I don't see anybody else that I can recognize right offhand, but as I was coming in, I recognize, of course, the city manager and his assistant and other of the people that work here in the city hall. And they've supported our program, and it's become a community-wide program, really. And so the question as to who is receiving the benefits, the citizens of Pecos are receiving the benefits. The ones that are at the lower end of the economic spectrum, those are the ones that have the most critical need. Those are the people that we're addressing first. The process of application is very open. It is very simple. Anybody can apply. It goes through a process of being approved, and then subsequently I get the applications after they're approved, and we go see the person, visit them. They tell us what repairs are needed. We go with a person that does the estimates, and the contractor then does the repairs that are required. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of need in the community. I never foresaw how much need there was in this community, but there is a tremendous amount of need. We obviously cannot fix everything that's wrong with these houses or in these homes, but we try to address the most critical need. And so I just wanted to come in and kind of tell the City Council a little bit about our program. As you can see right here on my right are the director and some of the consultants that are part of our team. And I know that the article was pretty critical about our program, and it's caused a little bit of stir in the community. I understand fully, but it is a good program. I believe it's in the right program. Pecos has never seen a program like this, that's being, we're addressing the needs of the people that really need the service, the help. And so if any of you have any questions, I can try to answer whatever you might have as far as what I do. Obviously, some questions would be better answered by other members of our team.
Are there any other public comments?
Hi, good evening. My name is Louise Moore, and I'm here as a citizen of Bruce County. And I'm just hearing Jerry speak. I hadn't planned on saying anything, but I had the pleasure of going to some of the homes that they have repaired, and they're doing a wonderful job for our community. We know that there is a section of town that, well, I guess a lot of places in town where the homeowners will have the desire to make the home repairs, but they don't have the funding to make the home repairs. And I've seen this program in action, and it just moves me to see that they care so much about our community. And it's hard to find ways to help with home repairs. We thought that I thought that USDA would be able to come in and do some loans and do some funding, but we know that all of those programs right now are on standstill. So I encourage each one of you to take some time, ride with these gentlemen, go to these homes and see the kind of work that they're doing, and it will touch your hearts as well. And you will know that they're doing it because of the love of our community and for nothing else. Thank you.
My name's Angel Medina. By the way, I'm not from Pecos. We're out of El Paso. We're a hail dent repair firm, obviously responding to the recent hailstorm. I realize that there's a lot of cars that have been damaged, and so the owner, Alex Carrasco, who's with me this evening, I'm the shop manager, his right hand, and so we just wanted an opportunity to let the council, the community know that we're here to facilitate repairs, estimating. Like I said, we're not from Pecos, but we're providing a service for the community, doing estimates, repairs. We come here to spend money, lodging, eat, invest into this community by virtue of the service that we provide. And so I've got a card here for whoever is interested, by the way, in hail damage repair. We do have deductible assistance, which is a big thing for a lot of people. They don't have an out-of-pocket expense, and so we're able to facilitate that. So we just also like an opportunity to be able to possibly bid on some of the vehicles that were damaged that you guys have in your inventory. So
Any other public comments? Okay, we will go on to our consent agenda. Item E1, approve the April 24th, 2025 regular city council meeting minutes. E2, review the expenditure report. E3, review the EMC strategy update. E4, review the April 2025 PDC, AOC, EDC call reports. And E5, review the April 2025 AOC statistics.
Chief Tarango, you know this is my last shot at you here.
Yes, ma'am.
On that ACO report. 4 dog bites this month. That's a lot.
That is a lot. 2 of them were actually at one residence, and it was 2 different dogs. So the dogs were quarantined for the 10 days, and they have the updated shots, and they have just recently been released back to the owner. One of them also was reported as a bite, ended up being a scratch on a child. It was verified that it was not a bite. And then the last one was an owned dog, and it was during a separation of dogs that were fighting. That one was taken in, and eventually it was sent in for rabies testing to Austin with the zoonosis.
Well, and then between the animal complaints and the at-large, there was like 130 of
There
those.
was, yes, ma'am.
And, again, this is just an example of why we do not need dogs running loose in our community. Whether it's an adult, whether it's a child, we should be able to walk down the sidewalk, walk along the street, and not worry about dogs coming out at us. And if you've ever been attacked by a dog, it kind of leaves a lasting impression on you in more ways than one.
Yes, ma'am.
And, it's for the safety of our community. We're not trying to be mean and say, keep your dogs tied up, because actually I hate seeing a dog tied up or chained up. But, this is a real issue for our community. And we just need everyone to do their part. If you're going to have an animal, that's wonderful, but do the right thing. Keep them in a good fenced area and don't let them run loose. I mean, we all know 5 o'clock comes and the dogs come out.
Yes, ma'am.
And, this is just going to cause a problem for someone at some time. And whether that dog is usually vicious towards anyone else or not, it can just be the circumstances, loud noise or whatever that may set that animal off. And we just don't want anyone else getting bit by an animal.
Yes, ma'am.
And the only other thing I'll say is the address to the hospital is incorrect.
Uh-oh, okay, we'll make sure to get that changed.
So you might want to change that for future reference.
Yes, ma'am. And so we are back to one animal control only. We did have animal control and a shelter tech, so anybody knows anybody that needs a job, it's a decent job. And
Christie's still there?
she's by herself, yes.
Some of you seniors need a summer job.
Yes.
Junior, sophomores even.
Sure.
There's
Unfortunate,
an
they have
opportunity there for
to, they have to
you.
be at least 21 because we do
Oh, do
deal
they?
with controlled
Okay.
substance when we do have to do
Trying to help y'all out.
euthanasia. Yes, ma'am. And so,
But they
Chris,
do need help in the shelter for cleaning and
We do.
walking and that kind of stuff.
I know Christy has had some volunteers. She's had people doing, their student hours, some doing probation hours. And so she's had a lot of volunteers that have helped. And so, but we're trying anything we can to try to recruit people. But you all know the challenges that we have faced there. When you can go into the oil field and make quite a bit more money than animal control, it's very difficult.
Well, thank God that Christie has the passion for what she does.
She does.
And not just for us in town, but for the animals, because she puts a lot of animals to go up for adoption and uses
She
her own
does.
funds
Yes, sir.
to transport these animals, so she goes at times unnoticed, but
She does. Yes, sir.
the public would like to say that she does a terrific job, and if we can help her by keeping our dogs at home, it's a great help for her, because she's a one-man band.
She is. Today, we went through the state inspection. The zoonosis was here, and of course, she passes that with flying colors every time. But it's there's a lot to it. We get inspected by the state, and they look at our numbers, and of course, they're under our same opinion. Is it's unfortunate we don't have enough animal control help. I have another agency that we work with a lot, and they have 4 animal control, and I have no clue how he gets that done, but he does.
And,
You know.
just one more thing on Christie's plate is they're doing is it free, spay and neuter clinic?
It is going to be,
this
I think
weekend at the school?
$50 is what's going to be asked, but there's financial assistance there. I know the city was generous to provide some assistance for that. I'm not sure if the county put in a part of that as well. That is scheduled for June 6th and 7th. There's a partnership with the vet program at the high school, so they're going to be able to do that program there at the high school.
Are they gonna chip as well?
And they're going to chip as well, yeah. So it's spay, neuter, chip, shots. I think it's the full deal.
So this is an excellent opportunity.
It is.
If you have a pet, and I think they were planning on like 100.
I believe so, yes, ma'am. I think upwards.
That's an awesome number.
It is, and every time Christy's involved in any type of function, you'll see her doing the chipping program, and even if it's just a little stand-up thing, she'll do 20 dogs, and like we keep saying, that's 20 more than we had before. And so she's tried different avenues to get that done, and with the resources and the rescue operations, like you said, you see planes fly in, they're flying out with dogs a lot of times, which still surprises me, but it's happening.
I feel that we may have to revisit the ordinance, maybe sooner rather than later. I feel that our pleas for citizens and dog owners, pet owners, to follow the rules and keep their dog in a safe place. I've been contacted by several people whose beloved pets have been mauled by these animals, these dogs that are roaming the streets, and it's unfortunate that people are losing their pets, and it's I don't want it to happen. I don't want it to happen to a child or to a person that's just taking a walk, and I think the only way that we're going to try to control the problem a little bit is we're going to have to be a little stronger with our ordinances. So I think every meeting we come up here, we do the same song, not dance. We don't dance, but we ask the same thing. We're like, please be responsible pet owners, keep your dogs chained up, keep them in a fenced yard, and every month it just increases and more animals are killed, and 4 dog bites, it's a lot. So we may have to revisit it. So if you don't want to fine, keep your dogs at home.
And it happens, they come in, they get cited, they pay the fine, and then the process just kind of starts all over again. And some people continuously pay fines,
They don't mind paying the fine.
or they'll sit it out in county
I
jail.
don't remember.
It can go up to $500. Of course, that's up to municipal court when they go through the process there, but that fine amount could go up to $500. Yes,
It
ma'am.
certainly should go up each time that they have to go retrieve their pet after it's been running loose.
And we've been very successful. If we intake your dog, before you get him back, there's certain criteria to get it back, and that could be chipping, that could be spay and neuter, there's certain things, but, the dog at large, a lot of people think, well, I'm walking with my dog, but if he, strays off at all and then the fight ensues, and then a lot of people see that the dog's on their own property, off the chain, but it's on their property, and so they're well within their limits to be able to do
And
that.
it's their instinct.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
can't control that sometimes, and if they want to chase a cat or a small child or something, it's just their instinct kicks in, and I don't want it to be a human.
Agreed. And now we're getting boxes of puppies just being dumped off. She had a box that was dumped off at one of the stores here in town. And what do you do with that? And it's as many as she's had, spayed and neutered, there's still a huge amount that is
The
not.
opportunity to get it done at a low cost,
Yes, ma'am.
relatively low cost
And possibly even free if someone doesn't have the means to get it done. And she's worked really hard to get that set up, because to have those spay and neuter clinics, there's a lot to it as far as to get a vet to come in, and the vet's flying in from Austin to do this.
She can't do it all on her own, so we need people to be more responsible.
The wind does have something to do. If gates get open due to the high wind or the fencing knocked down, that could be part of some of the higher numbers, but I can't always blame the weather for stuff like that. There's other, resources and other abilities, and, we've seen some very inventive ways to fix fences. People have used pallets and made it into a fence, and it works. So,
Plenty of those around.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Free of charge.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Any questions on the financials?
Charles, on EMC, they're mentioning something about a recapture severance tax. Is this something that we might be getting some money back in the future? Or?
There's 2 bills out there right now, 2 different ones. The one that we went to testify at last week, Randy, was on that severance tax bill, the judge and I and Ernie. It's sponsored by Representative Brooks Landgraf and co-sponsored by Eddie Morales. And that one I just got when I was with Ernie yesterday in Austin. It looks like it's being moved out of committee, which is great because it means it'll be on the floor. So we're hoping that it gets traction. Cesar Blanco in the Senate has a partner bill that we're working on, and we're trying to, Senate's more difficult, but we're hitting up as many senators as well as some of the chairs of the boards that are there to try to get it out of committee and get it to vote in the Senate side. So they're much more optimistic than they ever have been that could happen. And right now, Representative Landgraf's plan would bring up to $500 million that would come back to strictly oil-producing counties, and it would be based on the volume, on the pro rata volume. And anything that was collected in excess of the $500 million goes back into the state's rainy day and property tax relief fund. So that's what the proposal is. It's right now going to be on the House floor, and we expect a vote probably this week.
That's pretty good.
Good work. Not, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Have a motion from Councilwoman Sills, a second from Councilman Graham to approve the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. Go on to our non-consent agenda. Item F1, presentation of the 2024-25 Pecos Youth Advisory Commission senior members. Strategic goals by promote open and consistent communications, Edward De Leon, Marketing and Communications Coordinator.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Edward De Leon, Marketing Communications Coordinator. I'm going to make this really quick because our youth advisory seniors, they have a scholarship ceremony to attend after this. So just hang up, or just hang on for a bit. For those who do not know, our Pecos Youth Advisory Commission is a program here under the city, which we call it like a student council for the city with an emphasis on community services. And it ranges from 6th grade to 12th graders. And so today we're here to recognize our seniors. So seniors, if you'd like to stand up just for a quick second, just to be recognized. And I have a little speech for you guys. Almost 3 years ago to the day, I started working here. And one of the first things I was assigned was the Pecos Youth Advisory Commission. I'm pretty sure it was because I was closer to their age at the time, or at least that's what I told myself. And I started just as the seniors of that year were graduating, so I didn't get to spend much time with that first class. But this group, the one we're here to recognize tonight, we're sophomores going into their junior year when I came in. And this is the first class I really got to grow with. And that makes tonight incredibly meaningful to me. Over the past 2 years, you all have taught me two things. First, that I can take care of teenagers, so when my own kids reach that age, I'll be just fine. And second, that being the change you want to see isn't just a saying, it's something you live out. You joined the youth advisory for a reason. You didn't have to, but you did. You showed up because you care about your community and wanted to make a difference, and you have. You led by example, and your impact has been real. I'm also glad our city council continues to support this organization because this youth advisory is proof that when we invest in our youth and our young people, our whole community grows stronger. I'm seriously gonna miss you guys, and I'll go out there, do great things, and I know that you'll always be a part of the city story. And at this time, I'd like to ask council to come to the front of the chamber tables as we will call each of our senior PIOC members one by one to be recognized. So if you'd like to come up here with us. Yes. And all the council members.
Come on.
And they'll be calling your guys' name. Ready?
You want them in order?
Yes. Or not even. They ready now. So she'll be taking.
You want me to read them?
Yes, ma'am.
Here.
Yes,
That's easier. Not
All right.
mess up somebody's name.
All right. First off, we got Nidia Pena. Yeah, let's make it.
Can you guys scoot in a little bit more, please? Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations.
Next, we have Felicia Orona.
One, 2, 3.
We may need to leave.
All right. Next up, we have Kayleen Salcido.
One, 2, 3.
Next, we have Hallie Sparkman.
One, 2, 3.
Next up, we have Jordan Ibarra.
One, 2, 3.
We got Avril Ibarra.
2, 3.
Last, we have Carly Ramirez.
This is not my good side. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, guys.
And he did not cry.
He did.
I thought he was going Okay, so go get your scholarships. Happy senior night. Okay, we're going to item F2, proclamation proclaiming May 4th through 10th, 2025 as Municipal Clerks Week. Strategic Goal 5, promote open and consistent communication. So this is a proclamation. The 56th Annual Municipal Courts Week is May 4th through the 10th, 2025. Whereas the profession of municipal clerks is essential to the effective functioning of local government in Texas, ensuring transparency, accountability, and smooth operation of municipal services. And whereas the office of municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the Texas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality while serving as a professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas the Texas municipal clerks serve as official record keepers, managing vital documents, conducting municipal elections, providing legislative support, and ensuring compliance with laws and regulations in cities across Texas. And whereas municipal clerks demonstrate exceptional dedication, professionalism, and integrity in their work, often going above and beyond to serve their communities and facilitate the effective governance of local governments. And whereas the Texas Municipal Clerks Association represents more than 1,100 municipal clerks who contribute significantly to the success and efficiency of local government throughout the state of Texas. And whereas Municipal Clerks Week provides an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the invaluable work of municipal clerks, acknowledge their vital contributions to public service, and highlight the important role they play in the day-to-day operations of our cities. And whereas it is fitting that the town of Pecos City take this opportunity to honor and thank Syra Nichols and Wendy Lujan for their ongoing dedication, knowledge, and tireless service. Now therefore, I, Teresa Winkles, Mayor, do hereby proclaim the week of May 4th, 2025 as Municipal Clerks Week in the town of Pecos City, and encourage all residents to recognize the important work of City Secretary Syra Nichols and Deputy City Secretary Wendy Lujan, and join in celebrating their contributions to our community.
All right, we're gonna take.
All of y'all too. We want all of
One more time.
I really just need to change the batteries on this.
While we're going to stop it.
Should have warned you on the last one. I'm sorry, guys.
So that's what a municipal clerk does. She has batteries.
It has batteries on hand at all times.
Alrighty, let's squeeze in a little more. Alrighty, guys, in 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
Okay. Item F3, discuss the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation's projects, bylaws, articles of incorporation, and review of quarterly financial report. Strategic 05, promote open and consistent communication. Vanetta Seals, City Councilwoman Kiki.
Well, needless to say, there has been a lot of talk going around about the Housing Finance Corporation, and just really had a lot of questions, as did several other people, about exactly how this operates and how it is also affecting other communities where the money is coming from. One of the questions that was asked was, who is the financing that housing corporation to purchase the properties? And I guess the one thing is, and Mr. Salcido, you may want to address this, you don't actually purchase the properties, is that correct?
Well, if I can just elaborate a little bit on substance, and I can answer your questions after a little report that I have, if you don't mind. My name's John Salcido, and I am the Executive Director of the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation, and for the past 12 years as the Executive Director of the Pecos Housing Authority of the Town of Pecos City, and also the West of the Pecos Apartments. I also retired 30 years ago from the Texas Department of Transportation. Have been married to my wife Rosie for over 41 years, and I have a son who is recently moved back to Pecos and works as a chemical engineer for an oil company. I'm president of the Reeves County Teachers Credit Union, president of the West Texas Council of the Public Housing Authorities. I represent West Texas as a director for the Texas Housing Association, and I serve as a member of FADA, which is a National Public Housing Association. I currently serve on the ESD board, and I am a Brother Knight of the Knights of Columbus, and a proud choir member of the Knights of St. Catherine's as well. It has been an exciting year for the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation as we continue expanding local programs and driving statewide impact. The Pecos Housing Finance Corporation supports local initiatives in Pecos using private capital, and also allowing us to bring investments into the community without the use of public funds. This report reflects Pecos Housing Finance Corporation continues a momentum in turning statewide housing partnerships into tangible local results, serving both immediate needs and the long-term goals. This year, the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation has invested so far over $426,000 and in essential repairs to dilapidated housing for the Pecos most vulnerable residents, including life safety repairs in roofing, accessibility modifications, and critical systems upgrades. The home repair program is reserved for low and moderate income residents of Pecos, underserved households who would not be able to afford these critical repairs without assistance from the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation. An additional 30 applications are currently pending, with work ongoing. All funding for the home repair program has come from private sources. In the latter part of the year, the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation will be pursuing plans to fund additional repairs to existing multifamily apartments in Pecos, including West of the Pecos Apartments, which serve Pecos families in need of affordable housing. In the future, the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation plans to explore additional partnerships to bring additional high-quality yet affordable multifamily homes to our growing community. The Pecos Housing Finance Corporation is committed to steadfastly expanding access to high-quality affordable housing in our community. Homes that families will be proud of, with the addition of new housing options in Pecos. We can grow and expand our local community and economy, benefits that will be felt for every member of our community through partnerships with developers. the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation has helped deliver thousands of affordable housing across Texas. These projects are governed by long-term regulatory agreements that preserve affordability in the communities they serve. Revenues from these partnerships are reinvested into Pecos, supporting local initiatives like the home repair program and additional services that are planned for the future. Several additional programs are currently contemplated to further address housing and community needs in Pecos. We welcome participation in our bi-weekly meetings, usually held at 2 p.m. on Tuesdays, to offer input and hear about the development, and so you can hear about development plans. As we look ahead, the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation remains focused on building programs that not only improve housing conditions, but that also expand opportunity for Pecos residents. We are here to serve our community. My family has been here for for 5 generations, and I have seen this town grow and through its ups and downs. My intentions are to help our community grow and prosper. But along with good intentions, I also want the less privileged residents to live a better life. Don't we all? A life that we can all be proud of. Can you imagine putting in $1 million for home repairs each year? I care about the city of Pecos, and it's my responsibility here to the Pecos residents. I have presented the Q1 report. Here are the copies for the agendas and past minutes, and also financial statements. My intentions are here to help our community grow. Our PHFC attorney could not be here today, but I did bring Sebastian Berhall and Brendan McCashin with Convergent Housing. These 2 consultants work with the HFC, helping us comply with Chapter 394 Housing Finance Corporation of municipalities and counties. They are also agents of Reed Stanley with Stanley Law Group, and that's why they represent me.
Perfect. Well, I've met some of you, but pleasure to meet the rest. My name's Sebastian Barahal. I run a company called Convergence Housing Group. We're a consulting firm. I'm proud to say that we've participated in about $5 to $6 billion worth of workforce and affordable housing projects across the country. We specialize in partnerships with nonprofits, housing authorities, housing finance corporations. We work very closely. We're retained by Reed Stanley over at Stanley Law Group. As John mentioned, he couldn't be here today, but we felt it was important to have a representative perhaps give a bit of background on the specific program that obviously everyone has been reading about. I want to point out that the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation did not invent this program. This was not concocted by their board. They didn't come up with this. The specific program that seems to have caught a lot of attention as of late is something that's been coined the Traveling HFC program. It essentially gained popularity in 2018 and has regained popularity really over the last year and a half. There's currently several other HFCs operating in the state that are using the exact same structure. The Cameron County Housing Finance Corporation, the Maverick County Housing Finance Corporation, the Pleasanton Housing Finance Corporation, the La Villa Housing Finance Corporation, and the Edcouch Housing Finance Corporation. The Garland Housing Finance Corporation used to utilize the structure, but they no longer do. You know, in my experience and working with John in the HFC, you know, our role, I would really call us, if you guys watch sports, kind of a sixth man off the bench. We do a bit of everything, but we are responsible not only for this HFC, but several other groups across the country in deal sourcing and bringing developer partners to these organizations. You know, I know there's been a lot of press and there's been, you know, a lot of news, and while I can see how that would be potentially uncomfortable, I would caution that, you know, as Mr. Lino was talking about earlier with the legislative session going on, there's several bills currently being contemplated at that session relating to housing finance corporations. You know, I anticipate some changes coming within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And, it's been a bit sensationalized as of late, and I think there's been some inaccurate reporting as far as the Pecos HFC goes. I believe one article that did circulate around this town was a CBS article that talked about how the town of Pecos City was granting property tax exemptions. That's just flat out false. The HFC as well, just to be clear, is not a taxing body. They do not have the ability to grant property tax exemptions. Real estate partnerships that they're involved in can qualify for property tax exemptions under Chapter 394, but those exemptions are administered through the relevant appraisal district where the property is located. In that case, that was the Tarrant County Appraisal District. So, the HFC has obviously utilized the program. I've spoken with John, in great depth about what his plans are, and I think they're all fantastic, but, just wanted to be here and, let everybody know that, this program has been around for a while. The Pecos HFC is not the first to do it, and they're not even the only one doing it at this given moment, so.
So you're saying that the HFCs are not doing the tax exemptions, that it's the appraisal district?
Yes, ma'am. They, the HFC is a public nonprofit. They are not a taxing body. They cannot issue property tax exemptions. Now, real estate that they have involvement in or ownership in or title to, if it meets other certain requirements, such as regulatory agreements, rent restrictions, reserved units for low-income tenants, and they can meet all those tests, then, under the Texas statutes, they can qualify for it. But that approval and that actual exemption is administered by the appraisal district in which the property is located.
They don't do that on their own. They have to be given something.
Absolutely.
To write it off the tax.
Absolutely. There's, what I would describe as a submission process for that exemption that's taken care of by the lawyers involved in the transaction. But, with the signature, the HFC can't just give it. It requires the cooperation of the appraisal district as well.
Why is the mayor of Arlington targeting Pecos?
I don't want to go into too much depth about the Arlington situation. Obviously, there's ongoing litigation in that matter. I think, the mayor of Arlington has been outspoken in his feelings towards the program. I do believe that the appraisal district was also included in the litigation as well. So that's something that, is a joint effort. It is not just the city of Pecos, or not the city of Pecos at all. I mean, it's important to note too that the HFC is a separate legal entity from the city, obviously was chartered by the city, and not here to diminish obviously the impact that negative publicity could have on the city of Pecos. But they are a separate legal entity.
1.2 million is a lot to be pointing a finger at somebody, and.
Per year.
Yeah. Just,
and when it comes to the Arlington case specifically, I have spoken with Mr. Stanley about it, and being that it is still an active suit, I'm happy to share the details he shared to me if y'all would rather talk about that portion of this in executive.
Yeah, likewise. I had a call with Mr. Stanley, and we have some updates, but it would be best served in an executive session.
You mentioned the Garland HFC is no longer following the same guidelines. Do you know why that is?
No, I can't speak to the inner operations of the organization. They had utilized the program previously. They no longer are. The ones that are actively utilizing it are Cameron, Maverick, Pleasanton, Labia, Edcouch.
But even the Arlington HFC, and maybe this is something you want to address, would not grant this exemption because it did not meet the guidelines.
And I think in their letter, they said that they saw that and they passed on it, and then Pecos later came in and
Yeah, I can't speak to obviously what occurred with that organization specifically. I believe that they've said that. I have no way of knowing what those conversations were and how they progressed.
So, if the city of Arlington denied it, how do we come about us getting money out of it?
Well, I mean, it's all.
Just to interject, this is Brendan. I think any questions about Arlington should be discussed in executive session, just due to the ongoing litigation.
The public has a right to know, because we as a council are considered the city leaders.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And all this time, the negativity has been on the city of
Absolutely.
Pecos. And you guys, nobody answered. the first accusations. Whether they were false or not, a response should have been done. A correction should have been done.
Yeah,
But you left us hanging. So now the mud is on the city of Pecos.
got it.
Not on John, not on you guys.
Yeah, we recognize that, and
Recognize it and not do anything,
Well,
it's not good.
I think we're here to talk, and obviously our role is really transaction sourcing and deal processing, and we want to perhaps spread some more light on the program. I think in the specific case of how did the Pecos HFC end up with the transaction, the developer elected to work with the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation, and the way that the HFC receives funds from that transaction is through that partnership. There's a couple different buckets of fees that HFCs commonly do receive from these, upfront fees and ongoing annual fees. But it's ultimately the developer's, choice of who they choose to work with.
I would hate to see our town be taken like that from somebody coming in from another town. Because we're already struggling with what we have. And then for somebody else from, let's say from Houston or somewhere else, HSC comes and takes one of our apartments or one of our techs and we lose that out, because that's what runs the city, is the tax. And so I feel for those other communities, and that's probably why it's in the legislature. Because if they're gonna do change, they're gonna do change. I know we can't change the deal, but one of the things that I don't like is we got hit not knowing what was going on. Because since this thing was developed in 2015, 2016, nothing has happened. And then as soon as we activated, all of a sudden we got all this stuff happening. And so that, what that told me is this was being planned, and either you guys or whoever does it was looking for somebody to step up and say, we'll do it. Because it's happening now since October. It's happened. But nothing has ever happened for Pecos. Nothing. And what I would hate to see is one of those HAC from another community come in here and take what belongs to Pecos. But we work hard for this stuff, and I know those communities do the same thing, and for somebody to come in like that and take their tax rolls out. In a positive thing, I love what's happening, what you guys are doing for our community, because it's long time happening. It hasn't happened. Talk about it, maybe we didn't have the money, but still, it may be, and I talked to the city manager, he told everything's legal. When Parker told us it's legal, but I feel it's unethical. Because I wouldn't like somebody to come in here, it'd be a fight.
It's the same fight that we're having with our funds from the Robin Hood program from the school that's taken away from our city. No difference than the severance tax that from all of our minerals and gas that we have here in town. They take and take and take.
But John,
But when we have an opportunity to help our citizens, and that's who I represent.
No, but you're taking money from the Robin Hood Act, when the money goes from
It's
here
no
to the
difference.
state.
It's no different, sir, than
No, you're taking it from
I
another county.
going to Arlington to buy a vehicle down there, and my salesman down here in Pecos, which we don't have anymore, gets upset because I haven't buy my vehicle down there. We didn't go down there; they seeked us. But I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
I want to work together with you guys. I do.
Yeah, I think.
The program, how it's benefiting the community isn't what the question is. It's how the money is coming about. I mean, as Councilman Saldana just said, all of a sudden it got resurrected, and now you have 95 projects either completed or in the pipeline. That's a lot of projects in a very short period of time. So kind of for what he was alluding to, when this got resurrected, there was a lot of things probably already in the works, and that was never shared with this council.
No, ma'am.
when
We
came-
started in
when we came
November.
and certified your charter,
Sir?
you could have said something then.
About what?
When we certified your charter in October, you could have said something then. And I'm looking
We
at
didn't
the
have
bank
discussions
statements,
like
John.
that. We didn't
John,
have
I'm
any
looking at the
discussions
bank
like that,
statements,
sir.
and you said you're gonna put back $1 million a year into the community, but it's grown from December to April, about 15 million. You have 15 million in your bank account.
Yeah, the way that some of the funds do work, and once again, I think be served to speak about certain sensitive details in the executive session, but not all of those funds are actively available to the HFC at this very moment. Also, with kind of the uptick in activity and the amount of projects, I believe you were present in the meeting the other day, there will be a full budget set and determined with obviously your guys' involvement, but those funds are absolutely planning on being deployed into the community. I think, well, there's been a number already. I mean, I think there's,
Kind of like floating?
as of right now, I think the home repair was the first box to check for the HFC. That was the most immediate need. There was, a lot of work that needed to be done. I think there's been well over, a little over 400,000 deployed back just into the home repair program. Obviously, as we get to the second half of the year, I think there's more programs that will become available. I think the goal is to work with the city and stakeholders in the city to figure out what sort of programs would benefit the residents the most while also continuing the home repair program. But these things will all be budgeted out. Everyone will be on the same page. I can't speak exactly to the communication in the beginning of the process. I wasn't necessarily involved in those discussions. But we're here in good faith. Like I said, my role really was to come and provide maybe more background on the program. Obviously, there's multiple bills going through the legislative session. Everything that we've done, we've operated within the law. I'll leave it up to the legislatures and the policymakers to determine, if it should stick around or if it shouldn't. Ultimately, that's not my decision.
So hypothetically, if that loophole, I'll call it a loophole, is closed, what about the investors that you talk about that have already invested money, they lose money? Or you
Well, I mean, it ultimately depends on, what is determined within the legislation. Very rarely do bills go backwards. I believe, the primary goal is perspective and putting in, different guidelines and different requirements moving forward. The expectation is that the projects would continue to function and obviously continue to provide, income restricted units. And that is one thing that I do think is important to recognize. There are a number of units, of affordable units that have been created through this program, not just through Pecos, but through these other HFCs that are housing important people to communities like teachers, nurses, firefighters, and that's real. So it is people kind of don't really talk about that too much. I think they focus on some of the other stuff, which I do understand from the news perspective, but there are affordable units being created.
And I sat for the meeting this week, and they have a lot of programs besides the housing.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked them to list all of those programs down and estimated cost. I want to see where the money's going that they have currently. If they're going to do what they say, and I don't have any doubts. I don't have anything that says otherwise to me. But I want to see something in writing to that effect. And also, they've been cooperative. However, there's a couple of things. I want to see closing statements.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see, not memorandum leases that you give with people in Farmington and other places. I want to see an actual lease. And I want to thank you for finally giving me the bank statements.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think
It'd be nice to have gotten them ahead of time. So
absolutely.
they could have been reviewed.
Absolutely. And I think the goal and the motivation moving forward is to have, a much more open line of communication and involvement. And I understand that there's been negative attention and negative news, and that was never anyone's intention. No one wanted to put anybody in a difficult spot, but I do want to highlight that I do think the benefits from this program and from the HFC are going to do incredible things for this city for a very, very, very long time. I mean, I was here the last couple of days and pretty bad storm, and I know there's a number of people going to bed tonight in Pecos that are going to be feeling a lot better because the HFC put a new roof over them. So we understand the concerns. We don't want any of this to be contentious. And I take, accountability for myself, our company, and I'm sure John does as well, and Reed Stanley will as well, of we want to work with you guys. I think the HFC is set up in a great spot to do incredible things. Obviously, you guys are passionate about the city as well, as is the HFC, and we'd like to see everybody succeed. So we were happy to be here today, and we'll be around at the end of the meeting if anyone would like to chat, and, yeah.
And I guess what I was alluding to a while ago, and I didn't really clarify myself, is that with what you're getting in, y'all can afford to put more than $1 million back into this community, a lot more. And I'd like to see that.
Absolutely, and that's a discussion that, I was really excited to see you at the meeting on Tuesday. I think input from the city is important. I think you guys obviously wouldn't be doing what you're doing if you didn't care, and there's a lot of people out there that need help. So the goal is not to hoard money or to hide money or to not give back to the community. The goal is to provide as much community benefit, but make sure that we're doing it well within compliance and not creating programs that won't be sustainable. And we obviously realize that that's going to take some lifting on the budgeting side. I will say that the HFC does have a financial advisor. Those financial statements that you have are, provided by a third party. HFC did not prepare those, so they'll be more present in the HFC meetings moving forward. We work closely with Parker as well. Parker reviewed, all of the deal documents prior to this program getting started. He's a great attorney, someone that we trust. So the goal here is to make this a team and for things to move forward successfully.
Well, one of the things that I want to see, and that in your bylaws, we sponsor both entities, the housing authority and the finance. But yet, we're blind to everything that's happening. Now you're telling us things. But this should have been going on for a long time. The only time we see you here, John, is when, or Mr. Salcido, is when you need something, like your members and stuff like that. But you're supposed to be, there's no audit. We haven't seen audit.
All due respect, sir, I do get audited every year, and at the front of your building over here, we have an invitation for the city council and anyone in the community. We post agendas every month. Last month, back April 1st, I turned in an annual report for the year, for 2024. No questions on it. It seems like I wrote it and no one read it. I don't know. But I'm responsible from the Pecos Housing Authority for a annual report, not a what's it called, an audit. However, that's no problem. There's nothing to hide. I mean, I'll be more than happy to give you an audit every year.
Yeah.
With this amount of money, there needs to be an audit.
Absolutely, and there's third parties being brought in.
By law, we have to.
And that's why I want the closing statements. I want to know where the money's going.
Yeah, absolutely.
When it's closing, because I want to know how much the lawyers are getting.
Yep.
I want to know how much the consultants are getting, and of course the PFC also.
Yeah.
The program is, the intent that I see is great. I've seen the houses, John. I've seen the work. But the optics of it, in my view, is we're stealing from Peter's house to build Paul's house over here.
Well, one thing I do want to clarify is Reeves County is one of the largest contributors to the Rainy Day Fund. I believe they're the second largest contributor in the state, and that fund is used to fund tax shortfalls. So, I think when you consider that, it's just a perspective to consider.
Well, then go to the state, go to Austin, and request that money. Don't go to Arlington and take their money. They're 1.2 million.
Their taxpayers are going to have to make up the difference in the tax base that you've just taken away from them. Is that fair to those taxpayers?
A large portion of shortfalls is funded through the Rainy Day Fund, which is, again, Reeves County is the second largest contributor to that Rainy Day Fund.
We're aware of that.
Yeah.
I know.
No, absolutely. Look, I think
And it should come back to the taxpayers not to pay huge salaries for consultants and staff members.
There's no consultants nor attorneys involved in the transaction receive any money from the HFC or the city. There's zero tax dollars. All the third-party costs involved in the transaction are the responsibility of the development partner.
Where does your salary come from?
Sorry?
Where does your salary come from? Where do the investors get their money back from?
Where do the investors get their money back? All of the fees for the third party are funded through the transaction by the developer. The HFC has no costs involved.
Well, I think what Mr. Rona's trying to allude to, I agree with, is that, I mentioned it at y'all's meeting too the other day, you know, instead of maybe a legal deal, it's a moral issue.
Understood.
And so it's, you know, we're doing what the state's, you know, the state's taking our money away on the rainy day fund, it's taking away on the ad valorem taxes on for all production. Now we're doing it, you know, to other counties in the state. So, and I saw that irate mayor from Arlington. You know, it was he was not happy about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
And
it was directed at us, the
Yeah.
city leaders, which was a week before the election.
I understand that. And
The timing just couldn't have been.
I understand
While
that.
the city's not named in that,
Yeah, we were
we're
being
eventually
tagged,
maybe
yeah.
going to get named.
Yeah.
I understand that.
People were accusing of lining pockets and all sorts of unethical behavior that I don't want any part of.
Absolutely.
And I don't think anybody else on the council.
Absolutely. And
That's
this,
why I said what I said earlier is, y'all should have responded sooner. As soon as that article came out, that news bulletin came out, come on, guys.
Yeah.
But y'all stayed quiet. Let the city, let us take the.
I think there was, you know, some communication between some people within the city. I mean, we communicated with Parker. I believe there was conversations with Reed and Charles as well. And, you know, obviously we can't go back on, you know, that lack of communication, perceived lack of communication, but we're here. We want to work with you guys. I know the HFC does. Obviously, you know, we have a slightly different role kind of through all of this, but there's nothing to hide here. This is,
Then comment, make a statement to either combat the mayor of Arlington
Mhm.
and get the record straight.
Yeah.
Get us in the clear.
And that suit is,
I know it's a litigation.
it's still pending, but I can tell you the progress they've made. There has been progress.
Is that the only suit?
That's the only one that's been filed that I'm aware of.
Against this
Y'all know of any others?
Against
there is,
Not against us, but anybody.
oh yeah, there was a case with the Cameron County Housing Finance Corporation and Williamson County. I believe that's still ongoing. There's, you know, that's become somewhat of a tactic, I think, with some of these areas. I'm not a lawyer. If Reed was here, he could probably shed more light on the legal process. My job is more based around the transaction and deal processing. But, you know, like I said, I think this program, you know, we understand the attention that it's brought. I think it's unfortunate, very unfortunate, that the article, you know, misreferenced, I think, the associated parties. Understandable how, given the timing of the election and everything that you guys were going through, that was very unfortunate. We look to, you know, hopefully moving forward, addressing these things and working with you guys to bring, you know, great benefit to the community. And when it comes to what's going on and, you know, worried about the behavior, everything being done here is above board. I think you guys know Parker very well. Parker is involved. I don't think he would be involved if, you know, there was something going on that wasn't above board. The structure, while it may be controversial, is recognized. We're operating within the law. We did not write the law, and we will, you know, leave it up to the legislatures and the policymakers to determine the future of it. But we're here, and like I said, we want to make ourselves available, and if there's anything, you know, we can do moving forward, please let us know. And hopefully, maybe we got off on the wrong foot, but hopefully there's a successful future ahead for everybody.
I wonder if we could come up with something, some kind of summary to go out in the paper, for these people here would understand.
Absolutely.
Exactly what's going on.
Absolutely. I think that would be a great idea, and I know the Pecos Enterprise has written, you know, a couple pieces, and there was, you know, some statements given on the first article that I don't necessarily think were fully used. There was a statement given to kind of address most of these questions. Unfortunately, that full statement did not make it into the paper. I understand, you know, some of you may have a better relationship with the paper than others, but yeah. So, you know, it's tough to maybe get a fair shake there. I understand there was another article yesterday, but like I said, there's nothing to hide. This program's well established, and
That's why you got to be ultra conservative, really conservative with the newspaper.
right.
Well, and I think if you explained it in layman's terms,
That's your buddy, don't
then
do that.
the citizens of Pecos would understand.
Great.
You don't want,
And I mean, we'd be happy to work with you guys on a statement, even something that, you know, the city could have on hand. Obviously, the HFC is a separate legal entity than the city, and I think that that's an important distinction perhaps for the residents to know as well. As the Articles of Incorporation state, it's governed by the Board of Directors, it's not governed by the City Council. So I can understand that people are probably coming up to you guys and asking you questions and details that, you don't have the answers to. So I think, there needs to be an educational process here to get you guys up to speed, get you guys feeling comfortable, and then make sure that the residents know, one, about the program, but two, really about the benefits that the HFC is going to provide to them, and make sure that the home repair program is accessible and a number of other programs moving forward.
I, for one, did not know appraisal districts could give tax exemptions just
To a nonprofit.
Yeah,
to a nonprofit.
yeah, they can't just give property tax exemptions.
To a nonprofit organization.
Yeah,
So it's given to the nonprofit, who then gives it to a developer.
The nonprofit and the developer
there's a partnership that's,
Partnership.
form a separate entity.
yeah, it's separate ownership entity on the real
HFC
estate.
owns the land, leases it to the developer.
Yeah, so you got an apartment complex in Odessa. Pecos Finance Company goes and buys that property along with the developer, and they turn that property into tax exempt.
Yeah, it's, the land
But
is,
they can only maintain that exemption so long as they keep 90% of the units low-income housing.
Exactly.
And how long do they keep the exemption for?
the term,
I keep hearing 99 years.
yeah, the term is, 99 years. It runs concurrently with the ground lease and the regulatory agreement. The regulatory agreement is responsible for the income restrictions that are placed on it.
And who places that?
Those are self-imposed. It's recorded, so there's
By
a...
the developer?
Yeah, exactly. So there's requirements. There's requirements, right? So this program, like we said, there's requirements for the program in order under Chapter 394 for a project to qualify for a property tax exemption.
So
One of the,
like Mr. Councilman Saldana say, somebody comes and does that to us for 99 years. A lot of money at the city of Pecos, which is a
yeah,
small
and
town.
not all the deals will obviously go for that long. They need to stay in
None of
compliance.
them should go that long. I mean, when we give tax exemptions, we're looking at maybe 3 to 5 years, and it's a reduction every year in the amount, not 100%
It's
for 99 years.
It would be, they need to stay in compliance and keep that regulatory agreement running. They can't just, the HFC couldn't exit and the developer keeps the property tax exemption. The whole package needs to stay together in order for the deal to stay intact.
And generally, I think if that relationship is terminated on any particular property, it reverts to the developer, the HFC is out, and they start paying full taxes.
Yeah, full property taxes. So there's a public benefit being given of, income restricted units for lower and moderate income people. Obviously, it can be difficult to make, affordable housing projects make financial sense. This is a private-public partnership tool that enables units to be income restricted. Otherwise, in today's world with the rising cost of capital, the rising cost of everything, it can be, very challenging to make financial sense for stakeholders and whatnot to income restrict units. So that's where the private-public partnership comes in.
So you keep alluding to low cost, or what is the number that you think?
As far as,
Affordable housing.
well, so per the statute on these types of transactions, 50% of the units need to be reserved for residents making 80% or less of area median income. 90% of the units need to be at 140% AMI or less. So it's really, it's a lot of middle income housing, but obviously 80%, depending on where you are, it definitely moves the needle. So they're not, 30% AMI transactions, but there's a significant benefit of, the people that live in these buildings that are key members of the community, that, the goal there is no tenant displacement, keep people living in safe, affordable, and really quality housing too, right? I mean, this is a program that allows for, very, very high quality apartment buildings to allow lower rents and income restricted rents. So, I think it provides a lot of benefit to the communities that they serve.
So what timelines are these developers given that they have to have the project completed? Do they get the tax exemption right away, or
You know, it varies a bit. As far as the overall like completion time to do a project, it depends on a variety of factors.
And who determines those factors? The developer?
Well, the developer doesn't determine how quickly the transaction goes. I mean, there's lawyers that need to be involved. The financing needs to be arranged through the developer. I'd say on average deals, you know, of this size take months to complete. And then from there, the exemption is, you know, determined ultimately by the appraisal district that it's located in, right? So sometimes it takes 30 days, sometimes it takes 60 days, sometimes it can take longer.
Well, that's for the actual transaction. Do they start getting the tax exemption as soon as that is signed, or is it when they get the apartments up and running?
When they get the apartments up and running.
So that's going to be more than a few months.
I might be misunderstanding your question. Are you saying
When do they start getting the tax exemption?
At the closing.
When they close?
They get the tax, by the statute, the property becomes property tax exempt at the time of closing. However, it will not be officially recognized until the appraisal district approves it. But, so during that time period, they may be responsible for taxes, but anything that was paid.
But a lot of these projects are apartment complexes that are already built, and these developers are coming in and remodeling or whatever.
Mhm.
So it's not building from ground up.
Yeah, no.
It's already on the tax rolls, and then they're remodeling for this income bracket, and then they submit to the appraisal district, and then they're exempted.
Yeah, through the partnership with the HFC. They can't do one or another.
What I don't understand is though the relationship between the developer, who's named as a partner in this thing, and with PFC.
Yeah. So the land at closing is deeded to the Housing Finance Corporation. The land is then leased back to a ownership entity in which the Pecos Housing Finance Corporation is the managing member of, 0.01% ownership. At that point, there's a partnership, there's a ground lease in place, there's a regulatory agreement recorded, income restricting the units. Obviously, the financing is arranged. HFC, as Parker knows, you know, they're not the guarantor on any loans. They have no liability when it comes to that. They still, as the managing member, maintain control in a lot of ways of certain decision-making processes and not, but the day-to-day operations and the management of the property remains the responsibility of the developer. So it's a partnership.
And that's why I want those closings.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to get you that, and we're going to put together a sheet that breaks down all of the different documents that are involved in the transaction, why the HFC signs them, how they all come together. We'll prepare an org chart like we talked about to show this. And we're happy to come back and present that here. We're happy to do that somewhere else. But we'd like to get you guys up to speed, you know, on everything.
Do the communities that you're dealing with, do they know that you're gonna take apartments or properties out of their tax roll? Do they know that, or are they privileged to that, or just like what happened with us? We got that email about what was happening in that other community.
There's not a requirement as far as notice being given. These deals are done between the developer and the HFC of who they choose to partner with.
So whoever owns the property, which is, if it's their property, they can do whatever they want to with it. And so they come to you guys or the HFC?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, we've participated in a lot of different programs in different places, and, you know, we handle a lot of the deal sourcing through the network of bringing transactions to the table, and obviously processing them through. So we're not employed by the Housing Finance Corporation. We're just involved in the
I
actual
understand you right, though, that the HFC is deeded to property.
the land.
So they are the property owners, the landowner.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically like a lease payment that
Mm-hmm.
they're receiving.
Yeah, so on an annual basis, that's the ground lease payment that they receive for the leasing of the property.
So that owner I guess they get a 99-year lease, and they'll get tax exemption for, they'll only be around, but it's a 99-year.
Yeah, and if it goes that long, and if they choose to stay in the program for that long, like I said, you can't have
So
one.
is the HFC like getting a pilot up front on the taxes?
The HFC, not based on the tax amount, the HFC, which is standard practice for any housing finance corporation, whether it's the local one or somewhere different, there's an upfront closing fee that's given to the housing finance corporation for their participation. And then on an ongoing annual basis, they will receive the ground lease rent from the developer, paid annually in the beginning of the year.
Are the HFCs just in Texas or throughout the country?
You know, it's a good question. There are other housing finance corporations in different states, but I guess the most famous would be the ones in Texas, or the most talked about. There's a lot of other programs. There's a lot of housing authority programs in every single state, a lot of nonprofit programs, which, you know, I guess the HFC would fall under that bucket as well. So every state has various affordable housing programs, you know, especially states like Texas where, you know, there is a housing crisis, there's an affordability housing crisis. So every state has its own nuances. Every state has its own programs that it tries to get, you know, private developers involved in the affordable and workforce housing space. This just happens to be one of them.
May we go into executive session on this under economic development?
Probably, but also under
I'm sorry?
consultation with the attorney.
You want to go into executive session? I'd like to do I need to make a motion for that?
It requires a motion, but you can. Yeah, if we want to bring it to we could get a read the session out though.
We'll do it now. Okay, at this time, we're going to go into executive session under
The first number. 071.
under section 551.071, consultation with attorney. And it is 6:47 PM. executive session that needs to be brought to out in open session?
Again, just a reminder that we would like those closing statements. You know, it's nice to finally get the minutes, but no one had time to review them, and these are supposed to be given to the council as soon as the board approves them after every meeting.
Understood.
And this hasn't been done, and how many meetings have you had since last October? Numerous. And that hasn't been followed.
Yes, ma'am.
So things like that, information always needs to be provided to council prior to the meeting, not at the meeting.
Absolutely.
Because it does not give time for anyone to review them and to come up with any questions and to read them thoroughly and to know what's really in them.
I agree, and I'll take full responsibility on that. We've just been extremely busy, and I failed in that respect. Apologize.
And I will say there is questions about your salary of $175,000.
Oh, you have to say that out loud.
Yes, it's public information. You need to know that in addition to your housing authority salary as well. So that's a lot of money that.
We gave information to y'all during the private meeting.
Private meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll get her an email.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, no, I apologize for that, about the minutes and things, and
Well, it sounds like there's going to be follow-up questions, so obviously I think there's been more information over the last couple of days that has been relayed, questions answered, that I'm sure you guys would all like to talk about and review. Now some additional documents, financial statements, so hopefully this is the start of a nice open line of communication, and we look forward to making ourselves available at the next meeting for follow-up questions. And from here on out. We appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, we will go on to item F4, discuss, consider the town of Pecos City absorbing the Convention and Visitors Bureau, Strategic Goal 6, Sound Government, and Physical Management. Randy Brown.
It's your meeting, it's yours, you're right.
I was preoccupied, but yeah, I would like to see, and I wanted this when I first got on the council, and I talked to, Kurt, and he was really in favor of it. Now, it needs to be separated. You know, it's been abused in the past, and so it really needs to be two separate organizations. And so I'm asking, would like to see it separated tonight, so we can go further and make better plans. I don't know what, the chamber's been kind of flying around on its own, but, so anyway, it's good business to have it separated. That's why I brought it.
I know we had brought it up before, and I think we discussed it in there.
Charles, do you already have that mechanism so we can absorb that Convention and Visitors Bureau?
When mayor and council asked me to do that a year and a half ago, they created the fund. We have the fund within the city's chart of accounts. It's there. We haven't done anything with it, so there's nothing that has happened there. It would mean that if we do move that direction, it means that I would have to hire a CVP director that would function underneath, I don't know, I'd put it underneath one of our department heads probably, with me having a secondary oversight of it. But I know it cannot have anything to do with the chamber. It can strictly be the CVP and advertising piece. So that's where the funding for that could come from HOP, or at least a portion of it could come from HOP, if we chose to do that.
What about the current director that they have, the current person they have in charge of the CVP?
I think the way that our policy is, he would have to apply, we'd open it up, and it would have to apply and go through the regular cycle and channel that way. Not opposed to that. I like John. I think John has potential. I really do. But I still feel, and I don't disagree with the separation, I think the city needs a chamber. I think if we don't find a way to resurrect it, even if it's with letting it die and recreating it, reestablishing, it may be an option, but I think our city needs a chamber of commerce.
I know I asked this question then, and we probably all did the last time, a year and a half ago. What are other cities do? And how are they?
Small cities have a tendency to have a lot of it combined. And like, if we look at some of our sister cities, they're separate, they do their own thing. There's a separate chamber. When I was in El Paso, of course, has a big chamber of commerce, but the advertising and tourism, or the CVB that runs our convention and visitors bureau there, is a department of the city. So if you look across the state, I mean, normally municipalities are going to absorb a big piece of the CVB piece of it, so that they can really control some of their hotel occupancy tax dollars.
Do you have all the bylaws, any bylaws would need to be changed or any kind of documentation?
Well, it would just become a department of the city, so I mean, we could modify and put together some procedures. It wouldn't really be a new set of bylaws or anything, it would just become a department of the city.
So so it'd be good to go ahead and move it over, say tonight, so we can start putting the bylaws and procedures together.
We could do that. Yeah, I mean, I told you all, I was totally against it. I don't need any more work. I am ready for it. If we have
But you've
to.
done the work.
But it is. Yeah, everything was set up in order to accommodate that. So if council chooses to move that direction, then we'll make it happen.
Make a motion, we come out.
Okay, and what we would do.
Not come out. Make a motion, we move the CD.
Okay, and I got to clarify a little bit. We are not going to be moving anything. We will be implementing a CVB through the city as a department.
Okay.
Because the CVB as it exists, the way the corporation is set up, is the Pecos Area Chamber of Commerce and Convention and Visitors Bureau. That's the way that it was established at the state. So it would just mean that the city could cease funding the CVB there and fund the CVB here.
We'd have to decertify the current.
We don't have to do anything.
That's not our responsibility. That's the chamber.
So we're gonna have to dissolve the CVB away from the chamber? or
No, we
legally?
can't do that.
Okay.
We don't have that authority. The chamber is the only one that can do that.
But they won't get CVB funding from us.
Council's not
if we have
obligated to
our-
do that.
Yeah.
So does that may be part of the motion, that there will be no more CVB funding to the chamber?
That the funding will be redirected to the city department. And I mean, it's something that, if we're gonna do it, now is the time, because we're getting ready to go into budget season, so it's a time to where, if we're gonna do it, I have to get, again, I can tell you that you may see some wounds on me next time you see me, after I tell Deandra that we're gonna do that, because she may be taking it out on me.
What, do they have a current board?
The chamber has a board.
In those cases, that board of the chamber oversaw
Both. It was for, they had two
Chamber and CVB.
oversight of both. That
We
way.
being in the city would be, would kind of be run, we need a board, I guess is what I'm trying to ask.
No,
Not for the CVB.
not for the CVB.
I think we would just have the managing director who would report directly and make sure that they're following the budget. I mean, council indirectly approves their budget, so that's where we have the control piece of it. It means that I would, and I'm probably gonna delegate, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna oversee it. Because I'm not I'm not the artsy person, I'm not the creative person. And it takes somebody with a different vision and view to make it work.
Do you need Tommy to come over and help you develop that? Or?
Well, I mean, I've seen some of the artworks in some of these museums. I may be able to do some of that because it looks like they just tripped and spilled paint. That's about as good as I can do. I can't even do stick people, so.
Does he need to change his motion a little bit to?
I mean, if he wants to, I think the motion would be that we just implement and initialize working on establishing a CVB through the city.
Make a motion that we establish and hold the CVB.
CVB.
Through the city and separate.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Graham, a second from Councilman Arona to approve the city absorbing the Convention and Visitors Bureau. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. We'll go to item F5, Resolution 25-05-01R, a resolution canvassing the May 3rd, 2025 general election results. Sarah Nichols.
Nick Craig. Mayor and Council, in your packet, you'll find a resolution, and it has the numbers of the election results from the May 3rd, 2025 election. So I'm going to walk through those, and then I'll ask for a motion on that. So for Council Member Seat 2, we have Hector Carrasco got a total vote of 502 votes, with Vanetta Seals receiving 465. Mr. Carrasco took Seat 2. For Council Member Seat 3, Randy Graham got a total of 713 votes, and he ran unopposed, so he took Seat 3. For Council Member Seat 5, we had Ms. Valerie Trujillo receive a total of 550 votes, and Mr. Jeffrey Martinez received a total of 398. Ms. Trujillo took Seat 5. So we had a total of 1,022 people come out to vote for the May 3rd election.
May I make a motion? Get the language straight. That we accept the resolution canvassing the May 3rd, 2025 general election results.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Councilman Arona, a second from Councilman Saldonia, to approve Resolution 25-05-01R as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries.
Mayor,
And
before we go to the next item, I would like to take a moment. I would just like to say it's been a privilege and an honor to represent the community, whether it was as mayor or as Seat 2. You know, this council has been great working on so many projects, moving them forward, and it's been great working with the staff. It's been great representing the community, and I just see great things for the community coming in the future, and we just have to keep the positive momentum going. So again, just thank you, everyone.
Recognition to Vanetta in recognition of outstanding dedication, leadership, and service as a member of the Town of Pecos City Council. Your commitment to community development and the positive impact you've made will continue to inspire others. We commend your hard work and dedication by making Pecos a better place for all.
Well, thank you. I didn't know I
Okay. Item F6, oath of office to swear in newly appointed council members, Seat 2, 3, and 5. Sarah Nichols.
All right, if I could please get Randy, Mr. Carrasco, and Ms. Valerie up here. I'm going to ask you to line up this way for the pictures. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and do all these three together at one time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the oath in its entirety, and at the end we'll say I do. Okay? So if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will faithfully execute the duties of the office of the City Council of the Town of Pecos City of the State of Texas, and will to the best of your ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help you God?
I do.
Alrighty, well, congratulations. I don't have your sign yet. Get your phone.
Take a photo or what?
He was taking it while we were doing it. Thank you, sir.
Roscoe. We'll go on to item F7, discuss, consider approving the cost in the amount of $34,424.05 to be paid to Goddard Enterprises for the purchase of an outdoor warning siren and equipment to be placed at Cyclone Ballpark, Strategic Plan 2, Safe and Secure City. Jerry Bullard, Emergency Management Director.
Council, Mayor. Jerry Bullard, Reeves County Emergency Management. This is a siren for the location to be determined in an alleyway over at the ballpark. These are outdoor sirens, so I have a lot of questions about these sirens. You can't hear them inside your house. They're outdoor sirens telling you to go inside. So, I mean, I think we budgeted this last year in budget, so it's a budgeted item.
Oh, you were prepared, huh? You didn't want us to ask you if this was somebody
learns.
Kelvin.
Could we use some more sirens through the town besides the cyclone?
So there's 10 sirens total right now. This would be the 11th edition, and I think this is the one this is the area that will grow, and there will be plenty of outdoor activities. I think it's the one that we need the most. We could look into budgeting for some more come budget season.
Have we looked into any grants? FEMA offers what is called a Federal Emergency Management Grant for disaster mitigation, including tornado sirens. Have we looked into that? Something that we might want to look into as well. Cyclone's been around maybe 5 years. Do you know what caused us to take so long to put this siren?
No, it just hasn't come to mind.
Because that is one of the biggest, I'm a coach, and we had a threat this week where they evacuated the cyclones. And that is something, the first things that come to my mind is where's the nearest tornado shelter? And that's, I don't know if that's something we might want to get into down the road for maybe a phase. I don't know of a complex of that size. We would have thought to put a tornado shelter in place. And at the same token, those are some of the things that, as an emergency management background, is the first thing to go in place. What if we would have had a tornado from the day it opened to where we're at now, and there was no way of warnings? So those two things have been on my mind lately. It was a big scare. All the kids ran out, and we had nowhere to run to, and we had no way to get notified. Sir? Yes, sir.
So is this just one alarm?
So this is a turnkey operation with a solar panel, so it won't be hooked up to electricity, and it has a battery backup. And this will be put in an alleyway or somewhere on the city property.
Is it just one? I mean, one siren?
Yes,
So
this is one siren.
centralized where everybody can hear it?
So it's for about a half a mile radius.
Okay.
There's going to be under some protection from hail and stuff like that.
So these sirens are acceptable to hail.
Okay.
I've had to replace one solar panel, and I think I have, there's 8 of them that are solar panel operated. So I've had to replace one solar panel since the inception of 2019.
Yeah, the one thing that I will add is that this is one of the this is one example of the coordination with the county and the city. Because the city is actually the owner of all of the tornado studies. We budget money every year to do maintenance. I can tell you that I never have to worry about it because of the partnership. Jerry's in charge of managing and any program or anything else. He also has the ability, I think, from the phone, don't you?
Yes.
To where he can activate that at any point in time. He's also has the responsibility as a storm survivor. He's out all the time whenever we're having weather and stuff. So he's got a group that he works with trying to mitigate any exposure that we have. To answer your question, Councilman, the closest tornado shelter that we have are going to be the rec center. The rec center is built as a tornado shelter that way. So that's the closest one to Cyclone right down that road.
Do we have any plans in the future to consider something in that nature? If you were to read the emergency action plan of the cyclone, it states that people need to run into restrooms. You can't hold a lot of people in those restrooms. So I think that might be something we could probably look into a grant or something down the road to have that, to be proactive, not reactive kind of.
Absolutely. And I wrote down the FEMA emergency action grants, and we'll take a look at that too.
I mean, this is a great thing. I mean, it needs to be done immediately.
Yes, sir.
Especially
So one
with
of the things, if we have if we're in the middle of construction right now, or pretty close, is that something we could maybe ask the construction to be totally separate anyway?
No, that would be a major modification, but it is something that we could consider. And with it being, with us being legislatively authorized to use hotel occupancy tax dollars on a sports complex, it is something that we could build in there and possibly use a combination of a grant as well as hotel occupancy tax. That would be my recommendation, that we're not burdening the taxpayer.
So this is a budget item, so I'll make the motion that we, if there are any more questions.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Saldana, a second from Councilman Carrasco to approve the cost of $34,424.05 to Goddard Enterprises for a warning siren. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. Go to item F8, discuss, consider a specific use permit request to allow R1 low-density family resident district use in a C1 local retail district zone in the properties addressed at 2000 and 2006 South Park Street and legally described as north half of Lot 16, Block 1, Veterans Pecos, and south half of Block 16, Block 1, Veterans Pecos. Goal 1, Sustainable Economic Development, Cindy Quintus.
Mayor and Council, this was a specific use permit that was taken to the Planning and Zoning Board to request to build 2 homes on a lot that's right now as C1. That area is all residential, so we took it to the board. They recommended that it gets approved. Those lots have been empty for a very long time, so they're going to be building 2 houses on it.
So we put it on the tax roll.
I'm sorry?
We get to put it on the tax roll.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us who's going to build them?
Cruise Construction. Cruise Construction.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And we sent out letters and no one responded. We got no emails, no one against. Mm-mm.
So those are empty lots right now?
Correct.
Well, there's already.
Actually, they started work without the permit. Yes.
We did double fee in it.
We will double fee the permit.
Bruce knows better than that, doesn't he?
Yes.
If there's any other discussions, I move we approve F8 as specified by Ms. Fuentes, Director of Programs.
Thank you.
I have a motion from Councilman Arona, a second from Councilwoman Trujillo to approve the specific use permit as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. Item F9, discuss, consider approving 8 drilling permit applications as submitted by U.S. Energy Development Corp., Strategic Goal 1, Sustainable Economic Development, Siren Nichols.
Mayor and Council, in your packet, you'll find a aerial photo of the location where these drilling rigs are going to be placed, and I actually have representatives from the drilling company here so they can help answer any questions you might have.
I have a couple of questions. We charge $4,000 drilling permit, is that correct?
Yes.
Cindy, when was the last time we updated this due to inflation?
It was recently.
Yes, it was recently. I did it about a year ago.
Okay. I was reading something that last year the BLM press release says the average permit is charging about up to $10,000 per permits. And if we're doing 10,230 times 8 permits, that gives us a total of 81,840. That's a loss of 49,840. So we might want to reconsider looking at our permit numbers and see how we can also benefit as a city instead of everyone else winning.
Yes, sir, and we're currently working on updating our drilling permit. Wendy and I are the ones that take the drilling permits. So we're looking at surrounding areas, Midland, Odessa, to see what their drilling permit processes, because right now our ordinance, they mentioned wood derricks and stuff, it's very outdated. So we're trying to get all that updated and up to par.
Let's run some comps on it.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Duncan. I'm Vice President of Operations for U.S. Energy Development Corp. With me here today in the back are Jacob Daniels. He's our Vice President of Land. Logan Stokes. He's a Senior A&D Reservoir Engineer. He's in charge of our asset development. And behind me is Colton Nutt, Senior Operations Engineer. He coordinates all of our drilling and completion operations. This is our first time presenting. So let me tell you a little bit about U.S. Energy. We are a privately held company, oil and gas company. We've been in business for 45 years. Over the last 3 years alone, we've invested over $1 billion in the Permian Basin. Most of that have been in non-operated projects, but operationally, we have drilled 18 wells in Ward and Reeves County, drilled and completed. We recently made a pretty sizable acquisition that's going to drastically increase our operational footprint. It's going to allow us to keep a drilling rig on a continuous basis. We're very excited about it, proud to own it. We're ready to start developing that asset. We're looking forward to being a part of the Pecos community, and if there's any way we can help support the community, don't hesitate to reach out. I'll give you all my business card. This is the biggest thing we've done as a company, and like I said, we love the people that we hired. We love we're going to be a part of this community and be helpful to you guys. So I'm going to let Colton Nutt kind of explain these pads that we're discussing here today, and if you have any questions, we'll answer them.
I have one question. Here a few years ago, there was another company, US EDC, up on the north side of town. You weren't them, were you? Over there by the sulfur plant? 652 in that area?
I think there's 2 other companies that have U.S. Energy in the front of their name.
Okay.
We're U.S. Energy Development Corporation. There's another U.S. Energy something in Houston. We have drilled 3 wells. They were in Ward County, but they're on a river track. They TD'd at the river, at the county line. And this was in 2022?
Yes.
Yeah. Rio Hondo wells. But yeah, we drilled a 2-well pad in 2023, a little bit west and north of town, and we've drilled 10 wells about 15 miles south of town. We haven't drilled anything around a sulfur plant.
I'm just curious, I kept looking at the name because I dealt with them back, I think it was 2016, 2017.
Oh, no.
2018.
Well, that
that's
was
why I
not
was asking
no.
you if you all were the same company.
No, that was kind of before we moved into the basin.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I touch up? You had mentioned that you would like to give back to the community. One thing we could utilize in the future is using local contractors. Once we get this chamber on the ground, we have local contractors here from electrical companies to sand hauler and so forth. So I think that'd be a good idea wherever you do business to utilize and consider using local contractors and look into that as well.
Okay, I'm sure we do. I mean, we assumed operations April 1st, so we're really
And
new.
I'm sure some of them already might have good MSAs in their insurance and liabilities.
Correct.
Ready to go.
Correct. No, we would be happy to do that.
Sure.
All right, I kind of have a visual. Pass those out. As Kevin said, my name is Colton Nutt, Senior Operations Engineer with U.S. Energy. The wells in question, we have filed permits with the TRRC in hopes of drilling 8 wells. These 8 wells are going to be split between 2 pads. We call them the Hollywood and the Iceman. Timing of these wells are planned for Q4 of 2025 and Q1 of 2026. We had originally hoped to drill these sooner, but due to scheduling, we have shifted the timing. We do have a rig contracted for Q3 of this year, and we'll be drilling in the area, but not within the city limits of Pecos. Reeves County, we know, has H2S in the area, but we will be taking all the proper precautions to mitigate likelihood of encountering it. We will be having monitoring on each personnel and not permanent, but stationary H2S monitoring as well.
You'll be close to the cyclone.
Yeah, so to touch on that, distances to nearby structures, I tried to point out anything that was a permanent or semi-permanent. So the closest thing we're to is Basin has a yard. It's about a half a mile away. As far as the ball fields to the parking lot, it's 0.8 miles from our closest point. To the edge of the golf course, we have 0.8 miles as well. And then to the terminal at Pecos Airport, we're 1.4 miles. As far as residential buildings, we've got nothing within over a mile. There is an RV park we identified about 1.5 miles to the northeast. One thing coming here, we were hoping for guidance on preference of sound walls, any requirements you all have for us, just based off the distances or any comments or concerns you all may have.
Yeah, this whole area is full of tank batteries, compressor stations. There's a couple of gas plants a little further south from where you're drilling. So to answer your question on the sound walls and all that, I mean, you're far enough from everything to, and I don't know if we have any kind of, can't remember if we have an ordinance to how far from residential we do, but for here that's in the middle, basically you're in the middle of nowhere out there.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and interject from that standpoint. We look at each drilling site individually, just looking at it and not looking at distance and everything like that. There's a potential that we want something on the north side as well as on the west side of the site. We know that trying to get it to where you close it in too much is an H2S risk, so we don't want to do that. We want to make sure there's adequate airflow and everything. But there may be some that, especially when the drilling's going on, maybe to mitigate some of the noise at the ballpark as well as toward the airport and the golf course, it would probably make sense to put some type of sound protection on the west side and the north side.
Yeah, sure.
I guess I'll have good monitoring for page that I was talking about.
As far as H2S monitoring?
Monitoring for the gas.
Yes.
Y'all be doing it from spud day to completion?
Yes.
Will I be operating on that first?
Yes, we will operate those after the fact as well.
And after the wall's down, y'all still have good monitoring for the gas? What do you call it? H2O?
H2S. Yeah, it's hydrogen sulfide. But yes, we do have monitoring at all times. Also, any leak detections, we do yearly surveys, quarterly surveys, LDAR detection, to make sure that nothing's escaping.
When you meet the city's requirements, I guess.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and we do have, I mean, each one of them, when they're doing the permit application, there's some criteria that they have to follow. We do have ordinances in effect, and I'm very pleased that they asked about sound walls, because there's a lot of times that we have to have those discussions as soon as they get the drilling going on, and then we have those discussions afterwards, and it causes a lot of heartache and headaches when they do that, whenever we don't have those up front.
No, we don't want that. If you guys require them, just let us know and we'll make it happen.
And your name again, sir?
My name's Colton.
Kevin Duncan.
Kevin Duncan? You mentioned you want to be part of the city or help out in any way you can. Maybe you can consider donating to a cycling field, sponsor a field, or...
You know, we'd love to. I guess, like I said, I'll drop my business cards out. let us know of any opportunity. I know we're gonna get involved with the rodeo. We've already kind of started with that, but, okay, well, good. But yes, contact us with opportunities, stuff that would benefit the city or the youth, or, you know, we would love to help.
That baseball field, you know, it involves, has a lot of kids playing, and then we got a semi-pro baseball team that should be starting sometime in May, latter part of May. So, you know, it's just good communication between businesses and the community and all that.
So when are we gonna start? When will y'all start?
Well, that's what Colton was, we didn't know how this process worked. We got the wells permitted because we didn't know what schedule we would drill the wells on. We're gonna contract a rig 1st of August. We thought these would be towards the first of our drilling schedule, but some other things have come up regarding other projects that have to be done sooner. So the rig's actually gonna be drilling in the area, but not on these pads until the end of the 4th quarter of this year or the 1st quarter of 2026. That's when it's scheduled right now. And I think we checked, if you do grant us a permit, I think it's good for a year. So that's why we went ahead and followed through with this, presentation, because we feel pretty strongly that we'll get this done within a year, even though it's not going to happen as soon as we originally thought when we made these applications.
I've heard some good things about these people. They're good operators.
Well,
I have
we
a
do
question.
try to be.
Sorry, I have a question. I see that you submitted a letter, I guess, to property owners that are within 200 feet of the property. I guess, did they respond to the zoning? What is it, that's planning and zoning? Am I looking at something? No. I'm looking at something else. I'm ahead of myself. My goodness. Wake up, Val.
Are you guys planning to do any more drilling in the future?
Yes, we're going to pick up a rig in August, and we have a lot of projects scheduled. Like I said, all in this area, Reeves County. I don't know when the next pad that will be within the Pecos City jurisdiction could be, but yes, we're going to be drilling in the area. Hopefully, price of oil stays acceptable to us. That's what our plans are. So.
Are all these laterals in the city limits?
What's that?
All these laterals in the city limits?
Yes, these laterals, the locations where they're located, will be drilling from south to north. So they will actually, there's already some Hollywood and Iceman wells. They were drilled by Concho and then bought by Conoco. We're going to infill develop that area, but the locations are actually moving a little bit further south than those original locations, but the laterals will go from south to north.
Yeah, and this acquisition was the recent purchase of the ConocoPhillips North Harpoon asset that they called it.
I'll make a motion to approve. A second.
Was that?
I'll second.
Will we get some kind of confirmation about the sound walls, or is that the done deal?
Let's plan on it. and
Okay.
If it is far enough away and we'll go take a look at it, then we'll see if we can modify it at all.
What is your average cost of the sound wall?
You know, that's something that we have never done. I don't know what it is, but people do it, so if you guys
It's
need it,
helped
we'll.
whenever we've done it, and even when we're within a half a mile of, and it's not really residential, but the ballpark and the golf course are right at 3/4 of a mile. Point it's probably gonna have some, especially when the drilling is going on, some impact, so that's why I talked about that.
You got it, yeah.
Can we get one more?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And once those sound walls go up, they will stay for completion as well.
That'd be
So,
great.
yeah,
Thank you.
because that's allowed.
Yeah, I just think it's
You bet.
it's a responsible thing to do.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
We'll,
And I appreciate y'all asking.
that's what our plan will be. If you guys decide differently, you'll let us know.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Okay,
it.
so
Thank you.
we have a motion from Councilman Graham, a second from Councilman Carrasco to approve these drilling permits as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. Item F10, I understand that Mr. Pena wants this postponed until May the 22nd.
Somebody's going to put third postponement.
Do we need a motion or just?
Yeah, we need a
Okay.
motion.
I'll make a motion, we table F10 for Mr. Cutler, Mr. Peña.
Second.
Have a motion from Councilman Arona, a second from Councilman Trujillo to postpone item F10 till May the 22nd. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. Item F11, discuss, consider resolution 25-05-02R, granting additional funding to the Keep Pecos Beautiful Committee in the amount of $26,120 for completion of a downtown lighting project. Strategic Goal 3, promote a visual image of Pecos. Juanita Mata, Keep Pecos Beautiful Committee Chair.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. I am Juanita Mata, the Keep Pecos Beautiful Chair. Keep Pecos Beautiful Committee has been very active. We have set out 10 benches on the 100 and 200 blocks of Oak Street. We are in the process of putting out 14 planters also on those same blocks. We completed the Veterans Mural on 3rd Street. And we also recently had 2 beautiful murals painted at the park, at Maxi Park. So we're an energetic group. We're very active. And we have another project that we planned for. We've purchased the lights, but now we need some funds to pay a company to install the lights correctly and professionally on the 100 and 200 blocks of Oak Street. With me this evening is Brenda McKinney and Nancy Anchondo, who are also on our committee. We followed city policy and we asked for 3 quotes. The committee met and we selected Z-Tech Construction and Thunder Horse Electric Company to do the installation for us in the amount of $26,120. So that is the amount that we are asking for to help us complete this project for this year.
Where are you attaching the lights? To what?
They are going to be attached. Not every building is going to have a string of lights attached to them. Z-Tech explained what they were going to do, and of course, it's way above above what I understand as far as stringing. That's why we wanted to hire a professional company that is going to do the job correctly.
Because I know originally they wanted to use 10 MP street lights.
Right.
They couldn't do that. I guess my second question is, how are you going to energize them? How are you going to power them up with what?
Well, I know Z-Tech in their quote said that the lights need to be connected, shall be connected to nearby meter loops owned by the town of Pecos City, but the meter loops do not have the actual meter.
Yeah, and some of those meter cards have a premise number. It's an 8-digit, 6-digit number that usually has a P in front of it, so that'll be the account. So you can bring that to the city too. Right.
And I've discussed it with Griffin and Mr. Lino. Again, we're asking for those $26,120. We do still have a balance of about $8,000 in our budget, but we still need to pay for the flowers and plants, whatever we decide we're going to put in the 14 planters. And then we also need to pay the company that's going to install the planters for us. So that's probably going to take that amount that we have left.
I commend you all, the murals at the park are beautiful.
They are, absolutely. We're all about bringing brightness and color to the community, and that's our vision, our goal, is to do that.
Well, you know, we've tried so many, you know, we started this probably a couple of years ago, and then you guys came on board here the last, what, year, maybe? And really, we've seen a lot of stuff now.
Right.
And I remember the lights, but those are string lights, right?
Right.
And I remember when you brought it first, and then Councilman Rona said, "Well, wait a minute, we got to look at this and this and this, because it's got to be done right. You know, we just can't. It's like not at our house where we can set it up on the fence line. So
Those are the commercial. They are commercial string lights.
So, and that's one thing I've always wanted, that what would make downtown, Fridays and Saturdays, downtown is running.
It is very active.
To be lighted up like that, I think would look great. And I know with the trash cans, benches and all that, that's awesome. I mean, we're moving in the right direction.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I have a question about the string lights. I think it's a great idea. I love it. It says here a bulb. Is this a bulb that would break during a hailstorm?
Probably, I don't know. But I believe we have some replacement bulbs.
Yeah, these things are, I have some of this light, not the commercial, I have the lights in my backyard, in my porch and all that, and I've had them for over 3 years. And with hail and all that,
They've withstood.
What happened to one, it wasn't the light, it was a string that got hammered, but the lights they're real thick, the glass is real thick on them. So, I mean, a good hailstorm probably would knock them out, but, and some of those are not, you don't replace a light bulb.
Right.
It's a string, because they're part of the deal, and I don't know the commercial, but those that I bought.
I mean, at commercial grade, I mean, it would be a more heavy-duty type of bulb and string. So, like Ms. Juanita said, we're confident that we have selected a very professional, you know, Z-Tech is very professional. Thunder Horse does a lot of great work, they have great reputation. So, we feel very confident that it could be done professionally and, you know, done right.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree. And this was something that was brought up last year when we first started.
Yeah, it's been a few years in the talks and in the works, and we're finally here. Another thing I like to point out, first and second block of Oak Street is usually pretty dark. If you guys have been out there at 9 at night, 8 at night, that's when the spot is going on and having their karaoke and everything. It's pretty dark.
It is.
These are not super bright, but this will definitely bring some safety to this area.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I just can already see it, you know. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to really attract even more people, I think. Especially, you know, like at the museum, they get a lot of visitors, a lot of tourists, and they're going to walk down 100 and 200 blocks of Oak Street, and they're going to be able to sit down and just people watch, you know, and those lights are going to bring so much to the community. And so we are humbly asking you for those $26,100 to pay Z-Tech and Thunder Horse.
Yeah, I've been wanting an active committee, finally over, start doing that. I have some questions though. The 26,000, is this something that qualifies for the tax, hot tax?
Probably.
I would think it does, because downtown is a tourist attraction. I myself have had a business in those 2 blocks, and I mean, people get down, take pictures, and if you're not there, you might not see it, but we do have a lot of tourism.
Currently, murals qualify for hot tax.
So I mean,
they're beautiful.
It is already. We do get tourists, you know.
Next year.
And the plan is, you know, all these murals, they're all, you know, the goal is to get them on social media, and, you know, people travel around to look at art installations, murals, take pictures and stuff. So I think everything is just together, you know, everything's really cohesive, the lights, you know, the whole ambience, the benches, it's all coming together.
Together.
Right.
Mhm.
Can y'all check with the hot tax committee to?
Well, we kind of had that discussion with Griffin.
Yes, so it's my understanding that this specific project probably wouldn't qualify for it just because it's not itself drawing in that crowd. But if it's part of more of like an artistic sense or like you're driving tourism and you have a proof that's going to.
It is, we're trying to attract.
But it's not like a
an
direct,
artistic-
like a mural
Yeah.
So
would
how-
attract.
How quickly do you want this? I guess what we're trying to ask is, it's true. She had some question, never mind.
What
I was
was
gonna say,
that? I'm sorry.
If y'all need it now, then okay, let's get the
Yes,
ball rolling. But
we
if
do.
you got time to go through the hot tax process,
Right. And
I guess that's what you're.
we've had some really bad windstorms. Is this, you know, they
Z-
talked about the hail, but what about the wind?
Z-Tech is going to install cables, and the lights will be strung on the cable to give it, you know, weight and
Give
to
it some
balance it,
anchor.
So it's
to
not gonna be
anchor them.
swinging by itself. It's gonna-
Right, it's not gonna be
Yeah.
just, you know, that would be something I would do at home if then you'd be worried, you know, if I was the one stringing them. But Z-Tech has a plan of action on how they're going to install them to prevent the sagging and getting them wind blown, you know, quick.
I mean, we've all been talking about these lights for about 3 to 4 years. So we've kind of already outweighed the risks, you know, and it's been a discussion, you know, for a long time. And like I said, you know.
We need to act on it, and
Yeah.
I commend you guys, ladies,
Thank you.
members, for working together and helping bring the vision that I think we all have to the downtown area. You guys have worked so hard researching. You've clearly done your research.
Yes, ma'am.
You've done everything we've asked. So that's why I will be happy to approve resolution 25. I've got the right one now. 25.
I have another comment. Yeah, I have a couple real quick as
0502.
well.
I have one too.
Yeah, just real quick.
Okay.
No, I've just been very pleased with the murals. I mean, you guys are volunteers, you're taking time out of your lives to do what you have, and your actions prove that. So we're very thankful for that. One thing I would like to encourage any of the taxing entities to get involved as well, including Mr. Kevin Duncan, who's still here.
Yeah. I need his card.
But these are some really good projects, and I feel, I don't ever want you to feel that you're alone here at KPB.
Thank you.
I think there's a lot of avenues we can start assisting them in the future, from adult probation, community hours, to nonprofits getting involved.
Yep.
And I don't know, we can utilize the manpower of the Pecos Proud as well in the future to assist them. During my campaign, I did talk to previous board members that kind of got discouraged because they felt that they didn't have the support. But I think there's a lot of support if we come together as one and all the other tax entities to support what you guys are doing. So it's easy to get discouraged, especially being a volunteer, and I think you guys are doing a really good job, so keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would though like, we ought to just check, and if you have any pushback from the hot tax community, let us know.
So we did just get clarification, it does not fall under any of the 9 criteria for hot tax reimbursement.
Coming from Griffin?
I know.
It was our,
New
it's
future.
coming from our municipal clerk there. Okay, so I know we had already budgeted money for them, so this is not in our budget, but do we have funds in our budget to cover this?
We have contingency that this will still fall under if we need to reappropriate.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 25-05-202R, granting additional funding to the Keep Pecos Beautiful Committee in the amount of $26,120 for the completion of a downtown lighting project. Strategic Goal 3, promote the visual image of Pecos, presented by Juanita Davila Mata, Keep Pecos Beautiful Committee Chair. Yeah.
I'll second.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
We got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your support so much.
Keep working hard at
If you have any problems with the hot tax community, let us know.
Okay.
Hey, next year.
We will.
Chief, can I
Yeah.
ask you a question on subject? The thing that concerns me is the graffiti on the beautiful murals. How can we prevent that in the future for some want to just come in and, ruin such a good thing.
Yeah, they are beautiful. I drive by there every day.
But, it takes one person to
Yeah.
ruin a
It's dark at
$25,000
night.
mural.
It's very dark. We need some lights to at least, maybe some cameras.
Lights and
Do
cameras.
we have any cameras in the, around
Exactly.
the park?
We have,
Thank you.
we have the ability though, but we have a product that we could spray and put 2 coats on both of those murals to protect them if someone goes out and tries to spray over them.
Okay.
It's worked perfectly at our Macho Rodriguez Park.
I had asked Monty about spraying, Monty the artist.
To interject a little bit,
Yeah, thank you.
the agenda limits us
Uh.
to the light project. I know, throw it on next one, but can't stray too far. Thank you.
We'll put it up for the next council.
Right.
Okay, so
The
we have a
murals.
motion on the table from Councilwoman Trujillo to approve Resolution 25-05-02R. A second from Councilman Carrasco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries. And we'll put graffiti on the murals for next meeting.
Thank you so much.
Preventive maintenance.
Prevent. Okay.
Now, this next one, no such restrictions, I'll get as much as you want to.
Presentation.
As long as it's to that quarter.
No, it's already 8:38.
Item F12, presentation of the Pecos Proud Department quarterly update, strategic goal 5, promote open and consistent communication. Holly Jaraki, Director of Community Services.
Mayor and Council, Holly Draki, Community Services Director. I have put together a presentation for a quarterly update for our Pecos Proud Beautification crew, primarily to show that and highlight the numbers that they are picking up in and around 17 different locations they're assigned to. Our Pecos Proud Beautification crew consists of 5 employees, 1 supervisor, 4 staff, and we partner with 3 other taxing entities, Reeves County Hospital, Pecos Schools, as well as Reeves County. The town of Pecos City managing the bulk of the responsibility. So in their January totals, they had 6,320 pounds. February totals, 10,480 pounds. March totals, 6,960 pounds, for a total of 23,760 pounds, or better put, 12 tons of material that's been picked up in and around of Pecos.
Most of that come from Councilman's Ronald's yard.
We do not clean up private properties. It is.
It does produce a lot of trash.
How many, how much manpower do you have on Pecos Proud?
We have 5 full-time
Full-time guys.
guys, yes.
So we
In
need
fact,
some
we've been fully staffed with 4 team members, and then we've been 5 team members for 8 months. So we have a great team on board. We partner with all the entities per the interlocal agreement. Special events, hospital does their annual health fair, and wherever else the community needs Pecos Proud.
4 taxing entities.
4 taxing
Got to
entities.
clarify that.
4 taxing entities.
Not all.
Not all.
Not all participate.
Yeah, for clarifying.
Only 4 of our 6 taxing entities, to my knowledge, participate. We have attempted to bring in the other 2 taxing entities. They've chosen 3 different times not to join.
Okay. And this time, I'll ask them again next time in their little 4, 6x4, 2x4, whatever the heck that number is.
They are doing a great job. And
Right, I have one question.
yes, sir.
On the 285, right there on the ditch between where Sonic is, what is it?
KFC?
KFC, the ditching between Walmart and United, or not, the motels and United. Those are always full of weeds and
Motels
all that.
and
Is that
United.
their responsibility or do
So-
Pecos Proud do this?
So the drainage ditches on either side, actually, that is private property within that area. And so they work those drainage ditches right there at the intersection, I believe where Burger King is.
Yes.
And all through that area.
I saw them there.
Yes, sir.
But the
I know,
other
I know
stuff
exactly, I noticed it too, and I was like, double checking that that is actually falling under private property, but we also have a right-of-way in there.
Okay, then we,
Yes.
we have a right of it.
We do.
Okay.
So I was looking into seeing how we can add that, because I had noticed it when I was looking at another property. And it was yeah,
You know, one of the things that,
but not if it's private property.
and one of the things that the drainage is right there by KFC. You know, over the past few months, when I go by there, the thing I don't like is, and it's just me, but I don't like people living down there.
Oh, I'm with you.
Oh,
You know, right there,
I know
KFC
it-
in the parking lot, there's people living down there.
are you talking about behind the KFC?
No,
Yeah,
to the
between
south-
the
to
interstate
south,
and-
right there at the intersection where the westbound ramp comes into 285. You look to your
Yeah,
right.
where,
There's a very-
that
there's a
old
big block.
culvert?
Yeah,
That,
cement culvert.
the old culvert?
Yeah,
Can I see?
they've been there a while.
You see.
There's homeless people living there.
Lisa, what's
I'm gonna show Lisa.
It's hard to see them unless you park right there in the parking lot, then you look down and man,
They got Walmart cars.
Daughter loves KFC on Tuesday, so that's why.
and the thing that I think about, with a rainstorm like what we got today, drainage is gonna go through there. What are they, all we need is somebody to get stuck in there.
I don't think the drainage actually goes through there anymore.
It doesn't
I
even-
believe they've deactivated that particular drainage path. Yeah.
That's why
So it's
they're-
TxDOT's drainage path.
It's
And
still like water and something.
It's not.
So that's been going on for a while. I thought you all knew about it, but, because two of those guys there, I think there's two guys, because they were camping out by the underpass going to the rec center.
Yes.
And I made a call, and police officer showed up, and, because they were there, they were sleeping, getting up, and then basically directing traffic, so. But we,
I think we're still straying a little bit from the agenda.
Yeah, okay, we go, thank you.
excuse me. But,
Sorry, open meetings actually mean something to me. but-
Well, you said we had leeway.
yeah. But
Well, in reference to this, I can get with our chief of police and see what we can do to coordinate that.
And the reason I brought
Particular
it up,
location.
because if we're cleaning the drainage,
Yes.
that's part of the drainage, I didn't know it was deactivated.
I found that out a while back, actually, because it was so full of it. I thought there was something growing in there, because
Yeah, people.
there was, well, now, yes. And I can bring it back on a follow-up in a couple of weeks to see if we can't find out what we can do about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
And we'll go to item F13, discuss, consider resolution 25-05-04R, a resolution awarding bid and authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with Masters for the east-west south elevated tanks and ground tank at the booster station tank replacement project in the amount not to exceed $166,100. Strategic Goal 7, enhance Pecos infrastructure network. Kelvin Ridgely, Public Works Director.
Good afternoon, Mayor Council. Kelvin Ridgely, Director of Public Works. As the mayor just read, we'd like to enter into an agreement to replace fencing around our elevated towers and pump stations. Those fences are more than 20 years old, probably older than that. I'm sure you guys remember that we did just enter into a contract with McGuire to work on the cosmetic piece of and make sure we're in compliance with TCEQ. TCEQ did recommend that we replace these fences. It wasn't a violation, but you know, they do go around and look at fences all the time. In these type of settings, you add the wind and all of that damage, and then we add the fact that it's more than 20 years old. It's probably older, but I can verify that it's at least 20 years old.
You could potentially turn into a violation.
Well, they use words like good in their specifications, and I think that leaves it open to be opinionated. So here we are.
No, but we don't want anybody
Getting
into our water system.
Well, just with the back and forth, you know, and the potential risk of, you know, somebody actually doing something like that. I think it's just a great idea for us to do it now, based on the age of the fences.
It's a budgeted item.
Yes. It is a budgeted item, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't see Ms. Seals up there, so it didn't dawn on me. I'm sorry. It is a budgeted item.
Didn't we approve fences somewhere not too long ago?
In the well fields.
Oh,
Yes.
is that what it is? Okay.
Yes.
I had a question. So I got a photo from the fence from the newest water tower, and I feel like we're going backwards because, and not saying you were here at that time,
Okay.
but if you look at this fence, it looks about 4 to 5 feet high. You can see a pickup truck parked to it. And are we 100% sure that these fences are 6 feet or 8 feet? The
So
ones-
that
let's-
one is not 6 or 8.
Right, so I was, you know, this is the kind of stuff moving forward, you know, like that we want to keep an eye on because we're kind of losing money. We should have known these requirements from the very beginning.
Absolutely.
With a 4-foot fence. Now we're taking down a nice looking fence.
That's
and
right.
a new one. Another thing I would like in the future to do, Charles, is look at to the new, I'm in the security industry. So what I mean by that is the old methods is the 8-foot requirement by TCQ, which barbed wire. But there's also some grants out there, they're Homeland Security offers, which are programs that help protect water contamination. What I'm going with this is they use some what is called CCTV camera grants, and I can provide that later more in detail. FEMA offers what is called the Homeland Security Grant, which uses fence tamper detection, which we could be the first in this whole area, not waste any of our money, but to modernize our tamper protection by using what is called infrared. It's like more of a fiber optic thing. We use this in the oil and gas industry. Doesn't cost much, but this sets off an alarm to deter an animal and human, so should anybody get around there without having a camera, a siren automatically goes off and notifies law enforcement. But there's a lot of new grants coming out this year that are actually helping other cities protect their water resources, and I think that'd be really something we could probably look into.
Absolutely, and there's a big emphasis at both the state level as well as the federal level on protecting water and power, and there is a lot of money that's coming out there right now.
And the EPA has a big grant for that as well, so.
Absolutely, and it would be something absolutely to explore, and technology in that situation becomes our friend. We've talked about it in our new well field that we're putting cameras in there that we will be able to look at, and we do need to upgrade and modify everything. I mean, it's, I hate to say it in public, but it's our biggest exposed asset out there right now.
Yeah.
So I 100% agree with you. I wrote these down so that we can explore these and take the time.
May I make a motion, we approve resolution 25-05-04R as presented by Kelvin Ridgely, Public Works Director.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Councilman Arona, a second from Councilman Saldana to approve resolution 25-05-04R as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Let the record show the motion carries. Item F14, discuss, consider a hotel occupancy tax funding request of $60,000 for the repairs at Pecos Bill. Strategic Goal 3, promote the visual image of Pecos. Charles Lino, City Manager.
Mayor and Council, Charles Lino, City Manager. This did go before the HOT Committee, and the HOT Committee made the recommendation that we do this with the caveat that I had thrown out there at the beginning with Griffin when we were working on that, is I anticipate that we're going to get compensation from insurance companies on the damages that were done. With that being said, the artist gave us this quote. It's probably going to be a little bit less than this, but the original artist that designed the sculpture is the one that is going to take a look at it and put a new base on it. Right now, it doesn't have a base, and there are some marrings and some of the brass and stuff like that that they can take care of. So, in order to be expedient and get it done and make sure that the cost doesn't go up, I recommend that we utilize and go ahead and use hot money to do this, with the caveat being, though, when we get reimbursed for that piece, it goes right back into the hot funds. So it's a temporary, where it's just expediting the repairs on it until we wait for settlement from the insurance companies. I have no clue when that's going to be. You talk to some adjusters, and then they stop answering your phone calls and stuff, so it makes it more difficult. I did get some contacts when I was in Austin yesterday with UP that I'm going to utilize, so I'm hoping that I can get a little movement that way.
Yeah, and I think that especially with the rodeo coming and all that, we need to, I don't know if we'll get it that quick back, but we need it back up.
Well, and I don't know where we're going to do it. I don't know if it's going to be at the same place or we have to relocate it to someplace else, depending upon what the access is. But it is unique, and it is a piece of artwork that determines, that needs to be shown, because I think a lot of people took a lot of pictures with it down by the museum when it was there.
Yes, the location gets me, I'm with Conrad on that, because putting it back out there, I don't know what the ETA is getting this repaired, the depot and everything, but if we're building a new rodeo, I mean, would they have to be opposed, the county to put it out there? I mean,
They may not. I can tell you right now, the county has plans, whether you've seen them or not, or heard about them, but down by the rodeo arena, they're probably going to do it a little south of that. They're going to build 2 40-foot booths. So that would be a great compliment there. And it's sitting right on 285, excellent views and stuff like that. So it wouldn't hurt to do that.
It wouldn't hurt to just check, but going to the museum, that was one of the items that got photographed a lot.
It is.
Right there at the museum.
I still don't know how the booths in front of the chamber didn't get taken out. It was by the grace of God and nothing else.
Yeah. So I'll make the motion that we approve this hotel tax funding $60,000 for the repairs of the Pecos bill. Presented by Charles Lino.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Saldana, a second from Councilman Arona, to approve the flat tax funding request for $60,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show the motion carries.
Thank you.
Item F15, discuss, consider amending or repealing ordinance 23-06-01, amending Chapter 58, Traffic and Vehicles, Strategic Goal 2, Safe and Secure City. Arthur Arona, City Council, Seaport.
Yeah, we started this last year in the hope that it would be followed legally according to what we laid out. Chief, if I may, do you have any numbers to how many registered? And because I've seen too many.
So Permits was able to come up with the ones that are permitted. And it looks like right now we have 45 total ROVs. There's 12 that are expired and 33 that are current. In the time that it's been in operation, we've had 30 different traffic stops with these ROVs, and currently there's 9 citations that have been handled with municipal court.
Are they stopped? Were they the legal type? What we asked, or just?
Were the stops the legal type?
No, I mean, were they the type of vehicle that we allowed, that we discussed?
Yes, sir. The stops were on these razors, ROVs, whatever we want to call them, depending on, we have it written down as just other city ordinance because it's one that wasn't captured in our records management system, so we had to create one. A lot of the data that we've compared back and forth, some of the operators or the ones that we've cited are not actually the registered owners. So it doesn't say that in the ordinance that it has to be the registered owner driving it, but it does say that they have to have it registered. It has to be renewed every year in January, so December 31st it expires. Even people coming in December, we say, why don't you wait till January to get this done, or you're going to have to pay again in January.
There's, just recently, Monahan's had a fatality. Of
Yes,
a
they did.
young girl on a golf cart, and I've seen more and more kids around my neighborhood in golf carts, and I do stop them and say, hey, this is illegal.
Yes.
For you to be driving, to drive a golf cart to the golf course,
Yes.
that I don't understand. You can, you're 2 miles from a golf
Yes.
course, you can literally drive a golf cart in.
Yes, if you're within 3, I believe it's 3 miles of the golf course, and we actually mapped it out, and I think you could be on F Street and still be within the 3 miles. But the caveat there is you have to go straight from wherever you have the golf cart located to the golf course. You can't have any stops, say at the grocery store, and also you can't do that. It's got to be to and from.
And I know we discussed it before, when we discussed it prior, after we pushed this ordinance, about trying to have a town hall meeting, but I don't know, the more I'm paying attention more and more than ever, and I've seen too many that are amendments. They're not legal. We said the 4 doors, right? We didn't say 2 doors. We said windshields, not plexiglass. And I've seen it. I've seen them all over the place, and they're scattered all over the place. They can't catch everybody,
And we've made quite a few stops. A lot of times they are underage children that are driving these. There's times that you will see underage children, very small children that are in these, and that's against this ordinance. And so those are some of the violations that we've been able to catch. There's been ones that get on the service road, that get on Business 20, which is 3rd Street. You can't be on those streets. Highway 17, you can't be on Highway 17. We've tried to work with them in the beginning. Some of the stops were with warnings, just to say, look, you know what the ordinance is. If not, here's a copy. And we've tried to share that to make sure everybody's on board and they understand what this ordinance says. I agree with you that more and more you're seeing other communities aside from us that are dealing with accidents where young children are being killed. I heard the one in Monahan's was a razor, so I don't know about it being a golf cart. So that's a concern I have. You had 16-year-old children. They can't even operate a car yet, but they're driving one of these vehicles, and the unfortunate incident happened when this child was killed. And if that doesn't open our eyes, I'm not sure what is. I know Fort Stockton has created one now where they can drive golf carts on 290, which is a state highway. How they're making that work, I'm not real sure. But my concern is right now our safety, our community, and these are concerns that I have. I'm not going to say all of the people have been violating this ordinance, but when they're not coming in and getting them registered again and going through the permitting process again, then they're not abiding by what you guys asked them to do. You said you would give them a year to see how they police themselves. So, it's kind of like, here we are. It's been over a year. I looked to see when it was passed in late 23. And, yes, sir.
So these 12 that have expired, are those people still in town? Or are they people that have moved out?
I couldn't tell you. They showed a local address at the time, so without going and knocking on the door and seeing, I don't know. But more and more, you'll see a lot of the ROVs coming into our community because they know they do have a little bit of freedom to move about the community.
And that was the thing that we discussed with that group when they showed up, that they would police themselves and of course, it's a little too far-fetched to ask.
It is. Yes, sir.
And I knew it wasn't going to last, but we gave them the benefit of the doubt. And like I said, not long after we approved the ordinance, you could see the numbers coming more and more and more. And I was waiting for the tag that came given to the city, and like, no matter.
And the tag it's not real big, so to see it at night or something, it's hard to do. Yes, they got it where it was kind of graphic, where it would kind of stand out, but we need to change it from year to year, maybe even make it bigger where it's more visible, because to just say, I'm going to stop you and see if you're legal, we don't have the probable cause to do that. We have to have a reason to make that stop.
I think state law requires they have a license plate.
State law does not require them to have a license plate, but our ordinance did require them to have it registered.
I was talking to, I can't think of his name, plays golf, he's a lieutenant over in Monahan's police force. And he said they don't allow it either, but they said you have to have it. The state law requires license plates.
From what I've understood, they have the ability to register it with the tax office, and that's for identification only. Let's say it gets stolen, you're able to say, hey, here's my record from the tax office. Because even the tax department here contacted us when this first started because they said, this is not a registration.
But I think I asked this question a year ago, and I never got a good answer. You know, you're saying they're a risk, which I agree, but so is a motorcycle
Sure.
with two wheels.
Understood.
And so what's the difference? You know,
The
why don't we go ahead and outlaw motorcycles?
Understood. So the difference is somebody took that to legislation and had it changed where motorcycles could be approved for street legality. And that's been for many years.
They have a license.
So if ROV people felt that passionate about it, they could go to the legislature, they could ask that it be given the opportunity to be a street legal vehicle. That's the difference
And there
there.
was an argument, Councilman Graham, that somebody might survive an ROV because it's the frame, the rolling frame.
Sure.
And a motorcycle, you know, I rode a motorcycle once in sandals and shorts and a muscle shirt.
Oh, my.
Going 90 down a highway, and then I looked at the gravel, I said,
That's what I'm talking about.
It's just one of those things that.
Motorcycle is just as dangerous.
Yes,
or more.
yes, but they're legal. And like-
Sure, and that's the difference
And they
is,
have a license plate in the back, and
yes, sir.
Well, I guess the
Captain Juan
point I'm
back there,
trying to-
he brought it up last time, he said, when we follow an ROV, there's nothing in the back that we can call in to identify. that,
That's
hey,
correct.
this thing-
I guess the point I'm trying to go to is that you gave them a town hall meeting last time. You should give them one next time. Because there's a big group of them probably are legal and
Sure.
trying to do the best. And now we're just going to slap them in the
And
face.
It's up to the council, if y'all want to do that, I'll make the motion to pass it, but if y'all want to extend it to a town hall meeting, because even if we give them a town hall meeting, my fear is it'll just perpetuate itself the way it's going right now. More people will just start not caring about the ordinance, and you can always use the excuse, hey, I didn't know.
You know, I'd highly encourage the ones that have them to get your stuff legal, get your permits, legal, because 30 stops, 30 citations in a little over a year. I'm not going to say that's dramatic, but, that's not too bad. I'm not going to say that we're dealing with them constantly, but I think some of you have seen younger children, younger minors driving these, and we all know that wouldn't
And it's not just a risk to them that are driving those vehicles, it's a risk to us and other licensed drivers. And one of the things that I brought up last year was we have a unique problem here because of the increase in the influx of oil field traffic. We have other small communities that have passed it don't have this issue. And I think it's just, I was against it then. I'm not going to say I told you so. I'm not going to say it.
A lot of
But
the
we tried it, and I feel that they've had a year to prove us wrong.
A lot of these vehicles are you'll see them on beachfront properties, at beach communities. That's where you see a lot of these used. Even Monahans has the sand hills. Maybe I could even kind of work with that a little bit. But, we've dealt with them. I'm not going to say we haven't,
And that was the thing that people brought before me. We don't have places to use it.
Yes.
Co-workers of mine from Kermit or Stockton, they have a little group. They have their little name, and they go to El Paso, New Mexico, where there is dry river beds where they use them, up in Mount Mary's. But we don't have that luxury here, or the accessibility of using Pecos River, I guess, but I don't know if you can climb in and out of that real safely.
We've talked about the pit behind the rec department. If the city really wanted to do something like that, maybe make a course out there, but then will you assume some of the liability if someone's injured on that city property? I don't know.
And if you compare that to the pictures that I've seen of my co-workers when they go out in these, about 40 to 50 in a group, and it's amazing the way they do night runs and day runs.
They're very popular, in certain terrains. I think they're very
And
popular.
they're expensive to let a kid drive it. That's an expensive toy for a kid to be borrowing. I don't know.
That's the parents' decision.
That is their decision.
It is.
The lights are very distracting also. The neon I'm officially at that age where I'm like, the lights are so bright. They're blinding me." But they are distractions.
Now, they do put those long lights, like antenna lights on the back, and I think that is more for where they can be seen in the dark.
We
You
did
know,
say
it's-
muffler suppressors, and I know some of them are without muffler suppressors to quiet the noise down, but I mean, I'm gonna make the motion that we, put my glasses on because I'm at that age. Make a motion that we amend or repeal ordinance 23-06-01, amending chapter 58, traffic and vehicles. Strategic goals 2, safe and secure city. I'll make that motion.
But if you're
Amend, repeal, or repeal. I'll scratch amending, repeal ordinance.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Nerona, a second from Councilwoman Trujillo to repeal ordinance 23-06-01. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I didn't hear. Is it a mutual?
No. The motion carries. Councilman Graham opposed it.
And I'd just like to make a statement, Mr. Councilman Graham and the public. If you feel that it's wrong and you're being unjustly accused or denied a privilege, come to the city council and talk to us, you know, but we gave it enough time, and we left that opening to December to soft it for it to be done.
I just don't like the way that we're not giving the chance for testimony.
Okay, so we have executive session?
Yep.
So at this time, we are going to go into executive session under Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072 real estate, 551.074 personal issues, 551.087 economic development, and it is 9:08 p.m. back in open session. It's 9:47 PM. Is there anything from executive session that needs to be brought into open session? No? Okay. Items for our next city council meeting.
I'm going to be adding an ordinance to rescind the ordinance you motioned on.
We're gonna have to have a first reading or second reading.
Yes.
Okay, I've also got our prevent the graffiti on our murals.
Yeah, mural upkeep and F10.
F10, yeah. Hector still. And then I put the Pecos Housing Financial, the windows, we were going to talk about,
Housing Authority.
or the Pecos Housing Authority, their windows that they, on their budgets.
Then we'll put on
You've
there
already
what's on
done it
there.
once.
Housing Finance Corporation, and see if we're going to do anything.
Yeah.
Second Street.
Okay, anything else for our next meeting? No? Okay, then we are adjourned, and it is 9:48 PM.